Yeah. Going on job the team about the writer. Going yeah. Oh, super there and all one day. Yeah. Ako pala box up. Sila pa naman siya. Oh, uko pa na laway. Sino put?
Councillors, can we take our seats, please? Okay. Councillors, can we take our seats, please? Waiting for you. There we go. Councillors, it's 10 o'clock. If you can please take your seats, we're going to start. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Welcome to the councillors, the officials, as well as the media and guests in the gallery, and those members of the public connected via the live YouTube link. Councillors, if you can settle down, please. We'd also like to welcome to our meeting today the city's fire chief, Clinton Manuel. We will soon be recognizing the efforts and achievements of one of his own. And to that point, it gives me great pleasure to extend a word of welcome to Miss Begum Abrahams, who joins us here too today. Welcome. I know that the Executive Mayor will also shortly share some words of outlining your incredible achievements, but I would like to say formally, congratulations and acknowledge your remarkable success in retaining your title as the top female firefighter in the country after your outstanding performance at the toughest firefighter alive competition, but the Mayor will further elaborate. Congratulations. I now call for a moment's silence. Thank you. We will now proceed to do the registration. Please insert your registration cards into the card holder clip. This will automatically register your attendance. Can we remember how we did it last time? Just slide it into the clip on the right-hand side. Do not press any other buttons, please. We are quorate. We'll proceed. Thank you. I now call on the Mayor to address the Council. Mr. Mayor. Councillor Bacardi. Ready?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And fellow councillors and team Cape Town colleagues, members of the public in the gallery, goeiemorgen, molweni, assalamu alaikum, shalom, good morning. As is customary, Madam Speaker, there's a number of new councillors who I'd like to very warmly welcome to our chamber and this place and congratulate them on their election. Most recently and sworn in just moments ago, the new ward councillor for Ward 8, Councillor Johan Lutz, joins us from the Democratic Alliance. The new ward councillor from Ward 58, Dr. Richard Hill, joins us from the Democratic Alliance. Where is Dr. Hill? There he is. Then from the African Christian Democratic Party, we welcome Councillor Martin Burke. From the PA, we welcome Councillor Wendell Nimmerhout. From Good, two from Good, we welcome Councillor Roscoe Palm and Councillor Wesley Newman. All of those new councillors are warmly welcome in this place. Madam Speaker, before I start, I also want to refer to our campaign. I hope that everyone received a t-shirt before you came in at the registration table. Thank you. I see some of you holding it up. It's not for wearing now, but I hope that you will wear our Bin It in the Bingo Bin campaign t-shirt with pride and help us to promote this campaign around Cape Town, please. We know that we will not change behavior overnight. We won't change it in 1 month or 6 months or even 1 or 2 years, but with persistence, by sticking to this message that all of us have a role to play in helping to clean up our beautiful city and keep it clean and beautiful, that all of us have a responsibility to stop people from littering or point it out to them when we see it, to report illegal dumping, to take our litter with us and not to drop it on the ground, and most importantly, to bin it in the bingo bin. So please do support our campaign and wear your bingo t-shirts with pride. And of course, if you would like to have some more bingo bins, the green bingo bins, if there's areas in your ward or community where you think more are needed, please be in touch directly with Alderman Twig and his office, and we will certainly facilitate that for you. Councillors, it's very good to see you all in person again here in our council chamber. And you are all very, very warmly welcome to this, our penultimate council meeting of 2024. Madam Speaker, we often speak here about what it means to be a caring government. And indeed, care is one of our city values. In many ways, actually, it's the value on which all of the others rest. Because if we do not genuinely care for the people that we are here to serve, then we won't care about excellence either. And nor will we care to be accountable or care to be open, or all of our other values too. All of those other values derive from a basic belief that what we do is important, and that people need us to do our best and to strive for better. In other words, these values derive from caring about the work that we do here, and caring genuinely and deeply about the people of Cape Town, especially the poor. But the truth is that it is of little use talking about the value of caring. What really counts is showing it. In Team Cape Town, the team here that governs our city, and every member of staff that works for the city of Cape Town, from the city manager and everyone else in Team Cape Town, we expect our team to demonstrate care in their daily work, to show in both word and in deed that they care about the residents of our city and care about being professional and striving for excellence. So I love hearing examples of when our team members have shown genuine care in solving problems for people or communities. And those should be celebrated, because our city is full of these wonderful and uplifting examples and stories. And the more we hear about them and appreciate them, the more we will want to replicate them and multiply them. One of the very early site visits I remember doing as mayor was with Councillor Nyamakazi to Zone 20 in Langa, in his ward, in Ward 52. Councillor Nyamakazi took me to see a very stubborn sewer overflow that had been running for ages, possibly years. It could not be fixed because of a number of homes that were built on top of the broken pipe that was the source of the problem. This was an incredibly complex problem to solve, as any ward councillor dealing with an illegal land occupation on essential infrastructure will tell you. These things are really tricky to resolve. Because this problem involved, at the minimum, moving all of these residents to somewhere else before the main work could actually begin on fixing the problem. But since then, Councillor Nyamakazi, Councillor Badruddin and his team from Water and Sanitation, Councillor Mackenzie as the sub-council chairman, Councillor Popham and his Human Settlements team have worked together with diligence and patience to find a place to move these residents, get the residents to agree to be moved, and get the residents where they were moving them to agree to accept them, and then actually effect the move and repair the pipe. The end result is that after years of thinking that this problem was too difficult to solve, and that this particular sewer spill would become the new normal, now, after this dedicated and patient work, the relocation has happened, the sewer repair is underway, and the problem will be solved. This is what we mean. This is what we mean by people caring enough to tackle even the most tricky of problems and keep going, never giving up until it is solved. Councillor Nyamakazi wrote to me this week to commend the good work of one particular colleague, Mr. Yanga Damane, who works in Councillor Badruddin's team. The councillor writes that, and I quote, "Having him in your office is a blessing, and I would really like to continue working with him." I hope he's here. Well done, councillor. Well done, Yanga. Well done to all who showed care in getting this solved. It is with this attitude that we will solve many more similar problems like this around the city and deliver even more dignity to even more communities through our sewer line replacement program that is constantly rolling out now across Cape Town. Thank you. Colleagues, my second example has to do with a rather remarkable young lady who has joined us as a guest this morning. Her name, as the speaker has mentioned, is Miss Begum Abrams. Some of you will likely recognize that name and know exactly who I'm talking about, but for those who don't, Miss Abrams is a firefighter working for the city of Cape Town. But she's not just any firefighter. She's officially, according now to record, the toughest woman firefighter in South Africa. Please stand, Begum. And she's joined here this morning by our fire chief, Clinton Manuel. This is a title that she successfully defended at the start of this month. This competition saw men and women from 30 municipalities across the country complete an incredibly grueling set of challenges, simulating some of the many physical feats that they might encounter on the job. To win is a remarkable achievement. To go back and win it again is just phenomenal. But even more inspiring, coming to the care aspect, even more inspiring than the physical performance of this competition were Begum's words afterwards, where she said, and I quote, "She just wanted to be the best version of herself so that she could be there for people on the worst day of their lives." How's that for demonstrating care? Come on, Begum, I've got a certificate for you, and you can come as well, Chief. Thank you so much, Begum, for your example. I want you to know that we're extremely proud of you because of the values of care and excellence that you represent in the city of Cape Town. Our city's fire and rescue service is full of extraordinary men and women who do things in the line of duty that most of us would never dream of. But even within this remarkable group, you stand out, ma'am, as a truly special representative of Team Cape Town. Colleagues, my third example also relates to some special guests here in council this morning. We are joined here today by Koleka August, Zweli Nokatwa, Sindili Nkunka, Sipho Mpakati, Fundi Ntwanti, and Abungile Boy. They are the management team, thank you. They are the management team of one of Cape Town's most beloved radio stations, Zibunele FM, who broadcast out of Khayelitsha. Now, I know that many of us know that studio. Many of us have been there many times. They operate their studio from a piece of land that they've been leasing from the city for many years, We all know it. We've all visited there. They've been waiting for this day for a very long time indeed, because it gives me great pleasure today to announce that we intend to make Radio Zibonele not just the tenants, but the owners of the property that they are on. Today we are asking for Council's in principle approval for land release and for our officials, and hear this Radio Zibonele team, and for our officials to do a discounted land sale in line with the community benefit and social upliftment that Zibonele delivers. Zibonele FM is one of our city's hardest working and universally loved community stations, and has become a pillar of the community in Khayelitsha and beyond. As owners of the land they operate from, they'll be able to continue to improve and expand their radio operations even more. I hear that they've got big plans for more broadcasting studios and space, new studios, additional offices with which they can train young DJs. I cannot think of a more deserving organization, and I wish Zibonele FM a wonderful broadcasting future on their very own property, once this council has supported it. Madam Speaker, I'm going to stay on the topic of land release for a little bit longer, because today's council agenda contains several items that are of great importance to our ongoing efforts to deliver more affordable housing opportunities to Cape Townians across our city. You may have noticed that our land release program for affordable housing has been steadily picking up pace and momentum during our term of office. Not a month goes by here in our council meetings without another big milestone in our program, and October is certainly no exception. Again, we are doing this because we care a great deal about getting more affordable accommodation for more Cape Townians. You'll remember at the beginning of the month, we announced the green light for a public participation process on our plan to release parts of the Mowbray Golf Course and surrounding land for mixed-use development, which will include affordable housing. That's an incredibly exciting development for Cape Town's future, not only for the prospect of many well-located affordable housing units right on the edge of the inner city, but also for the major infrastructure upgrades in the area that will necessarily accompany this development, as well as the many jobs it will create. We are going to do this the right way, with a phased approach to ensure that our infrastructure is ready and installed and adequate for the type and scale of the development there, and also that we have enough time for thorough community engagement on that project. Then, also at the start of October, our MACO gave the go-ahead for the release of 2 more properties, one in Ottery and one in Lansdowne, to be developed for social housing, with a combined potential housing yield of more than 680 units. Both of those properties, we see around 375 units in a development of between 2 and 4 stories on the Ottery site, while the Lansdowne site will deliver around 308 units in a 4-story development. Both of these parcels are very well located, close to several major roads and public transport, as well as local business areas and local schools. And hundreds more Cape Townian families are set to experience the game-changing benefits of living in a beautiful home close to economic opportunities and amenities. Bit by bit, Madam Speaker and colleagues, bit by bit, property by property, we are changing the affordable housing landscape in Cape Town. Each of these developments might seem relatively small on their own compared to the scale of the pressing need, but take a step back and look at the full scale of our affordable housing pipeline, and you will see that housing in our city is undergoing a transformation. Our total affordable housing pipeline already includes parcels that will deliver more than 12,000 residential units across the metro. And today it is my great pleasure to add 3 more such land parcels to this pipeline. A little later this morning, we will vote to release a parcel of land of just over 1,100 square meters in Brackenfell, as well as a 3,800 square meter property in Westvliet and a 7,500 square meter, all for affordable housing. The Brackenfell property, thank you. The Brackenfell property is earmarked that will include 115 social housing units, 30 gap housing units, and retail space. 1 second. Cheers. The other two properties, one in the Robinvale area of Westvliet and the other in Belhar, will be developed for single residential gap housing units. Both Westvliet and Belhar properties are in established residential areas close to schools, churches, and transport corridors, and are ideally situated for gap housing developments, which is housing aimed at people who fall in that income gap of not earning enough to qualify for a home loan, but earning too much to qualify for state housing subsidies. We estimate that the Westvliet property will deliver around 116 gap housing units, while the Belhar property should give us around 400 gap housing units. As is the case with all of our other affordable housing projects, we will discount all three of these land parcels to the housing developers in exchange for the optimal maximum yield of social and gap housing units. Colleagues, we still have much work to do to transform our city through well-located affordable housing. The need is so great, we see it and resources are just so stretched that the goal can sometimes seem impossibly big at times. The challenge may be the size of an elephant, but one bite at a time, one parcel of land here, another parcel of land there, 300 social housing units here, 400 gap houses there, and slowly but surely we are chipping away at the challenge and we are making serious inroads. And all along the way, lives are being changed for the better forever. It is always a highlight in my week or month to join in the handing over of keys to a new homeowner or a new tenant in a house where they are going to launch a new chapter of their and their family's lives, and to see the wonderful joy, the truly wonderful and heartwarming joy that this brings to them and their families. I've had the privilege of doing this many times since I started in this job, including housing projects at Maitland and Goodwood Station and many more. It is particularly wonderful and special when the person moving into a new home is also moving out of a shack in an informal settlement or a backyarder, sometimes living in a brick home for the first time ever in their lives. Those moments of joy and excitement tell the human story of what this land release for affordable housing program has set out to achieve. It is not just about a nice new home. It is about the potential that this home has to change your path in life, to let you build something for your family, to give your children a better opportunity to make the most of their own lives, and ultimately to leave something behind for your children and their children. And we want to do this for thousands more Cape Townian families. That is why every parcel of land that passes through this council for land release approval, whether in Brackenfell or Belhar or here in the CBD, means so much to us. Colleagues, each of you part in changing the lives of Cape Townians who many of you may never even meet, but they are deeply appreciative of the work that we are doing here. In 2 years' time, when we reach the end of this term of office, we will look back at the progress made through this focus on affordable housing as one of this government's big. I'm absolutely confident of that. Colleagues, closely aligned to the success of this program is the news of what comes out of today's mid-term national budget. Today is the first mini-budget of the new government of national unity. I'll not be attending the budget speech today because, of course, we are here, but I'll certainly be reading it and looking out for its key announcements with interest. I understand, and I think we all understand, our national finances are under. They are immense, and the needs and demands are never ending. That is why ahead of this budget, I made only 2 requests of the Minister of Finance and the new Deputy Minister, Ashur Sarapin. 1, we must stop the anti-poor cuts to essential service delivery grants like housing grants and informal settlement grants. These cuts impact the poorest residents the most. Despite all the other pressures, surely we should all agree that spending on improving the living conditions of the poor must be protected. 2, we must see meaningful, large, big, additional allocations to municipal infrastructure. The unpleasant fact, colleagues, is that many of South Africa's biggest and most important cities are dying. We are now seeing widespread watershedding along large swathes of Johannesburg, and the crisis there is getting deeper and more permanent every day. Our cities must work if South Africa is going to work. And for our cities to work, we need to be spending much, much more on essential infrastructure. The truth is, even here in Cape Town, where we are breaking all records for infrastructure investment, we can do much more, and we need to spend much more. But it is simply not affordable for the city to do so on its own. We must have the support of the national state for essential city infrastructure in South Africa's metros. Here we could easily double our infrastructure program again if we had the financial support to do so. And who can argue that this would not be necessary or beneficial? Major infrastructure projects deliver meaningful quality of life improvements to the poorest residents and are the best way to boost our local economy. So we hope to see these two things reflected in the first GNU mini budget today. No further anti-poor cuts to essential grant programs that fund informal settlement upgrades and housing, and much more support for cities for major infrastructure projects. Here in Cape Town, we are using our resources to focus on both of those things. With our housing and land release program, regulatory reforms we are now steering through the system in the form of the municipal planning bylaw, we are helping people to see a better future for themselves, where they are not living in informality for life. And through our infrastructure program, we are determined that we will never allow infrastructure failure to take root in Cape Town. We will not allow that. We are investing South Africa's largest infrastructure investment program, more than double that of the next two biggest cities combined, to prevent this from ever happening here and to prepare our city for future growth and success. That is why we are investing more than Durban and Johannesburg combined, and will do so through every year of this government's term. Because we know this fundamental truth, colleagues, there is no road to prosperity for South Africa that does not pass through the country's cities. And when we have delivered the country's largest infrastructure program and the country's largest affordable accommodation program, then we will be a big, big step closer to delivering for all who live here in beautiful Cape Town. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of section 2.1, we now have questions, and the following parties are asking questions: the Freedom Front Plus, ARA, ACDP, the ANC, and Al Jamar. So we'll start with Freedom Front Plus, Councillor Jacobson.
I may not be able to see you guys so well. I hope you can see me. I've just discharged myself in hospital just to address the mayor in important items. Honourable Mayor, it has been more than 10 days since the final date for the large group of illegal occupiers that vacated the castle, and as per the recent eviction order handed down by the High Court, how many of those that are currently occupying that space have accepted accommodation in the city's safe space and shelters? And how many will merely be displaced and dispersed into other illegally occupied spaces in the nearby vicinity? I ask you this, sir, because we have seen other mass evictions in recent months. And majority of those that were evicted have simply moved down the street into other areas where there's no proactive management of public space. This cycle of musical chairs is not solving the underlying factors, driving continual increase of people into becoming rough sleepers and illegal occupiers of our street. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Councillor. May I answer, ma'am? Thank you very much, Councillor, and I hope that that your eye heals soon. I'm sorry that you discharged yourself from hospital. That wasn't necessary, but thank you for the question, nevertheless. Councillor, you're right that more than 10 days have passed since the eviction date on the 18th of October. Keep in mind that once we obtain the eviction order, or in this case, in fact, the Department of Public Works obtained the eviction order merely with us supporting, that the eviction is carried out by the sheriff of the court with the support of the sheriff is entitled to call on the support of the SAPS or city law enforcement if he so desires. And so the date has been set for the eviction. Obviously, that date is confidential, but it is happening soon, and that is going to be an important milestone for Cape Town, because that has been a site of really terrible dereliction and urban decay for the last 4 or 5 years. It's been a very difficult problem to solve, mainly because we have had zero response at all or interest from the Department of Public Works in resolving that issue until very recently. And you will recall that in previous years, I wrote directly to the President himself to ask for his intervention with his then erstwhile Public Works Minister to get some movement on that eviction. And there was just zero movement or interest. And that was over 2 Public Works Ministers that there was zero interest. And then after the formation of the GNU, we immediately tried again as one of our priority items, and we got the movement that we needed, and now the eviction is secured. And now it's going to happen. Now, the important question you raise is what happens then? I don't know offhand, Councillor, how many of those residents, those illegal occupiers there at the castle have accepted the offer of our safe space accommodation, but the offer is freely and openly and generously made, and they can accept it right up until the moment of eviction still. And I suspect if I look at the track record of all of our other cleanups of these tented encampments that we are increasingly doing around the city, most of the residents accept the offer of alternative accommodation only at the last minute when they are actually being evicted. And it's a sad thing that happens, because it could save us literally months in court if they simply accepted those offers up front. But they are often poorly advised by some NGOs in the city who tell them to stick it out and fight it out and wait until the very last minute. And that means that they stay on the street in undignified conditions and inhumane conditions for months and months longer, kept on the street with the help and support of those NGOs, when they could already be relocated to a dignified, safe space shelter accommodation, which we are providing. So I don't know how many have accepted, but I can assure you that all of the people at the castle will be evicted. And that is both necessary and right for them and for their futures, and necessary and right for the city and the city's future. And it is a source of great regret to me and frustration that it has taken this long, but it will be resolved soon. I want to challenge your comment, sir, that there is no proactive management of public space. Of course, you are correct that one of the risks in South Africa is that once you evict these tented encampments and homeless spaces on the street, that people, they might go to a safe space for a day or two and then choose to move back onto the street and relocate to another part of the city or another part of the CBD. That is why, when we started this process, we made sure that we had sufficient resources in Alderman Smith's directorate in safety and security to be able to respond to that and to more proactively manage public space. So I can tell you very specifically, because Councillor McMahon sends me these stats on a regular basis, and I do look at those stats just to prove to you, Councillor, wherever Councillor McMahon is. Where is he? Oh, okay. He's not here, but he sends those stats to me, and they reflect the numbers of illegal structures that our team has removed in the CBD since that major clear up of those 7 tented encampments. 611. I can tell you because I read his email earlier this week. 611 illegal structures that have attempted to be re-erected after that eviction order have been removed by city staff. So there is an attempt at the proactive, earnest and serious attempt at the proactive management of public space. But we face an incredibly difficult hurdle, Councillor, that you are well aware of. And that is that the legal framework in South Africa did not, when it was written, envisage the pandemic of addiction and the associated psychosis that often accompanies that we now face on the streets of South Africa, and which legal framework makes it absolutely impossible and illegal to remove someone without the full process of that court order. So once we have that court order, we can make sure that we keep those sites and any other sites that we have an order for clean, and we do that as I've demonstrated. But we still face the incredible challenge of having to go back to court every time there is a resettlement and illegal settlement on a new or different piece of land. And that is why we are using other avenues at our disposal to try and push for the legislative reform that we need. By the way, which both major parties in South Africa agree is necessary. When I speak to the Minister of Land Reform about this, the former minister, Toko Didiza, I had this conversation with her. There was absolutely unanimity about this, with the Deputy Minister, Tsebisi Skwatsha at the time, absolutely unanimous. With the new ministers of COGTA, of Human Services, consistently. We now have to actually keep driving it through all of the channels available to us till we get the legislative reform that we need. So please, Councillor, do not, I've seen that you are prone to doing this, spread the message in the community and in Cape Town or on the limited reach of your social media pages. Try to spread the message that that this city government is comfortable with urban dereliction and decay. That is not the case at all. That is why we've pursued this very careful, very thorough, very strategic legal strategy for the last 2 years, which is very visibly bearing results in the city and will continue to bear results until we achieve the final outcome that we desire. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Jacobs. Councillor Carson.
Good morning, Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity. Through you, Speaker, Mayor, I've read a post about 2 days ago of a Swiss tourist that came to the Western Cape and praising how safe the Western Cape is. And my thoughts was exactly that this tourist probably haven't been to our poor-stricken areas where our residents is not feeling safe. And it was perturbing to me that if a tourist can feel safe, why don't our residents feel safe? I'm saying this in spite of the recent mass shootings that we had on the Cape Flats and in our areas, Mayor. Mayor, you say that that you want to add value to the caring of the poor, and I want to believe that. And with all the lands that's being released, and we are really appreciative of that because people are getting homes. But Mayor, we are still lacking a where crime is marginalized, crime is out of hand, and our people on the Cape Flat. It cannot be that a tourist feels safe in the Western Cape, Cape Town, but our own residents don't feel safe. There is a problem. Mass shootings has taken over, violence has taken over. A grandma called me 2 days ago crying that her granddaughter of 1.5 years old has been shot in broad daylight through a leg. And these are the normal things that happens that we don't hear on a daily basis. So my question to you, Mr. Mayor, this morning, what measures are we expediting more With the safety and security, I think traffic, they are doing a wonderful job. They are doing what they're supposed to do. I see a lot of work being done. But when it comes to gang-infested areas, what are we expediting and what can we do more so that our residents can also start to send out a post and say we actually feel safe in our own areas? Thank you very much.
Councillor Clarkson, there's absolutely nothing that you said that I really disagree with. I mean, you're absolutely right. The violent crime is unacceptably high in many parts of Cape Town, and is among the highest in the country. And as we know, South Africa consistently features among the highest in the world. So it is completely unacceptable. We have got. I just want to go through the basics of the kind of framework of responsibilities. We have got about 2,500 officers in the City of Cape Town's combined safety and security forces. That is across Metro Police, traffic, law enforcement. That doesn't include fire and rescue. Yeah, and LEAP. Yeah, and the SAPS has got about 30,000. The 2,500 to about 30,000 officers just in the City of Cape Town. So what the approach that we have taken is to try and focus our interventions, because when you have limited resources, it doesn't help to spread them, in a kind of spray and pray approach. When you have limited resources, what you have to do is focus them sharply, like a laser beam, rather than spread them out. And so we focus them in the areas where we think that we can have the most impact. And those are the LEAP deployment areas, as you know. And we increasingly, because we cannot afford thousands of new officers, I'd love to. I promise you, I would, if we could justify, or you could help me support a massive rates increase in the city, we could hire many, many more officers. But it is very expensive to do so. Please try and listen.
Councillors, please.
Please try and listen for meaning, Councillor. You're not listening.
Councillor. Mayor.
But why did you remove the lead office from Atlantis?
I'm naming you for the first time. In terms of the rules of order, you've now been named for the first time.
Councillor. So we are focusing our resources. Instead of hiring additional officers, we are overlaying the focused officer deployment with technology deployment. And some of the parties now bleating have been very derisive about those technology deployments, like ShotSpotter. They've mocked it and said it's a waste of money. Let me tell you, the other night I saw it live in action and I was blown away by the potential of that technology. We were doing a vehicle stop. We were doing a vehicle checkpoint in Mannenberg late one night, and I wonder if you could stop bleating and listen.
Councillors, I'm going to ask you to leave if you cannot behave. Give the mayor the opportunity to respond to the question, which is in terms of the rules of order.
I was sitting in our technology van, which is a van that we've invested in that controls all of our technology on a certain operation. While we were there, live in real time, ShotSpotter picked up a shot, and I could see, using our drone technology and our Epic technology, how City of Cape Town officers were on the scene in under 3 minutes of that shot being fired. Under 3 minutes. They stopped, asked residents where the person who had fired the shot had run to. We could actually see and even tune into the conversation that the officer was having with the residents through his body camera. We could hear the conversation he was having with the residents. The resident told him that the shooter, the assailant, suspect, had run up a particular direction towards a block of flats. The officers surrounded that block of flats and caught that suspect. And we could see it all live.
Only till the 20th of November.
This is all...
Councillor, I am naming you now for the first time in terms of the rules of order.
the true potential, Councillor Claassen, the true potential of this technology is that all of that happened before SAPS had even got a single vehicle to the area. This is the potential of this technology. So we're going to keep on that
Councillor
approach.
Satharin, you've been named now for the second time. You are disturbing the meeting.
So we're going to keep going with that approach. We also have formed a smaller reaction unit that can go to areas where we are not deployed so that we can help to calm the waters when there is a flare up in a particular area. So, for example, that reaction unit will be deployed now for a short period of time, not permanently, but for a short period of time to quell the recent flare up that has happened in Atlantis. Again, I must stress, we are very grateful for all the cooperation we get, but we are doing that reaction unit of our own accord. There is no response to the flare up that I can see. Please correct me if I'm wrong on that, Alderman. But there's no response that I can see from the SAPS to that flare-up. There's only a response from our reaction unit. So the simple answer to your question, Councillor Claassen, is of course
Councillor Kutschwater,
the situation
I'm naming you
is
for the first time.
the situation is extremely concerning. We are using the resources that we have to do in a focused way all that we can to make a positive difference. And I think that we are making a positive difference. When I walk the streets of Cape Town and spend a lot of time in gang-ridden communities, there is a very frequent piece of feedback that I receive. And whether it's, I remember walking in Alderman Twig's ward, I remember walking wards across the city and speaking to residents, and there's a common theme. When the shots are fired, City of Cape Town law enforcement is always there first. That is the feedback I receive always. No. So,
Councillors, Councillor Lunat, I'm naming you for the first time, Councillor Lunat. You are disturbing the meeting. Thank you.
we are used to, let me just finish with this. I hope I've answered your question, Councillor Claassen, but let me just say, Madam Speaker, we are used to in this chamber, for 2 years we've had this, that particular party, the CCC, mocking our incredibly brave men and women in blue of LEAP and law enforcement, mocking and deriding the technology investments that we are making, downplaying them, suggesting that they're not good enough, that they're not effective enough, and every single time, our results as a safety and security directorate in the city have proved them wrong. We are proud of those men and women. They are incredible, and you, Councillor Lunat and Councillor Satharin and all of your CCC gang, you can mock them all you want. You can mock them all you want. But we are proud of them.
Thank you. Can we take the next question?
Can there be a,
Councillor,
can there be
Maybe.
a follow-up, Speaker?
Councillor Clark, are we finished?
In the last couple of days,
Councillors,
The mayor should withdraw.
in the last,
Can there be a follow-up?
in the last 24 hours, no, I'm not finished, Madam Speaker.
all right.
The mayor needs to withdraw.
Councillors,
No, I'm just getting started.
if you don't
I'm just
quieten
getting started.
down, you will be asked to leave.
But we are asking the speaker to withdraw.
The mayor is responding to a question which he's entitled to.
In the last,
You need to listen to the answer.
Councillor Lunat, Madam Speaker, in the last 24 hours, I've seen a social media video which shows the leader of your party has stolen a car. I want to know.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor,
Is that why you're so scared of LEAP?
Speaker,
Why jumping to the leader of our party?
councillors,
speaker.
councillors, I am not listening.
Point of order on you. Speaker,
Mr.
Speaker,
Mayor, can we move on to the next
Speaker, point
question?
of order on you. Speaker.
Councillor Haskins.
Order on you, Speaker.
Councillor Haskin of the ACDP. Please.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, Mayor.
Where is Councillor
Yeah,
Askin?
Councillor Majuza, I'm naming you for the first time. I am naming you for the first time in terms of the rules of order. Councillor Majinga, please control your councillors.
Free to do anything. Scream out.
Councillor Haskin, when they're finished, can you proceed?
Speaker, thank you. And good morning, Mayor.
Good morning, Councillor.
We're just to get back to the subject of affordable housing opportunities.
Yes,
Can
sir.
the ANC please keep your colleague quiet? Do you know how to do that?
Aye,
Are
that's
you
the duty.
capable
No,
of instilling discipline in? Shall we-
Councillor McQueen, you've been named for the first time and your speaking right is gone.
So, Speaker, to get back to the opportunities that you've been speaking of very clearly now in this.
I can hear you, Councillor. Proceed. Yeah.
We know that we have well over 500,000 thousand people sitting on the waiting list in Cape Town, many for over 20 or 30 years. There are allegations that persist that 20-something-year-olds are being preferred for allocations ahead of vulnerable groups like single mothers with children, etc. We're also aware, everybody's aware of allegations abounding around the city that undocumented foreign nationals are being allocated city-owned affordable housing opportunities ahead of Cape Townians. Most recently, the GNU Minister of Home Affairs confirmed that Home Affairs is spending many millions monthly deporting undocumented foreign nationals, illegal foreign nationals, and that this is set to triple pretty soon. So the questions, very quickly, are: what is the city doing and planning to frustrate Home Affairs? In other words, how does the Home Affairs deport somebody who's recently been allocated a CRU? And then what is the city doing to audit its waiting list and its recent list of beneficiaries to remove those who are undocumented illegal foreign nationals, and to be sure that Cape Townians indeed are the primary and first beneficiaries of the
Thank you,
housing?
Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haskin. It is a allegation that I hear regularly in the city, and I hear it so regularly that I will never say that it is completely untrue. But what I need is a presentation of evidence. If I'm presented with a single case of the misallocation that you speak of, I assure you that we will investigate it and figure out who in the value chain of housing allocation is responsible and take the appropriate action. But many interest groups, for example, I think it's called the United Housing Organization. Is that the name of this housing activism group, the UHO? Brought me serious allegations of this happening. I asked them for the names and addresses. Even if they couldn't give me the names because the people were not prepared to give me the names, just give me the addresses and I would look into it. And I'm afraid I haven't received those. I haven't received a single meaningful piece of evidence that I can follow up. And I make that offer again to every councillor here. If there is an example of this, please give us the details so we can figure it out. We want systems in the city that are absolutely above reproach and which stand on integrity and credibility. So we will follow those up. In terms of what we're doing to help the Department of Home Affairs, we're doing quite a bit. The Department of Home Affairs for a long time was not coming out to do assessments and kind of raids, I suppose you call them raids of illegal immigrants in Cape Town. It was very tough to get those joint operations set up. And so our officers were going to have to do those ourselves, but then we are not equipped or legally empowered to do the immigration part of the job. So we would have to take them to a police station, often late at night. There was no Home Affairs official at the police station, so that person would invariably be released. So since the formation of the GNU, we have had much better response and cooperation. And we've done a number of these joint operations around the city where we are actively taking action against and finding illegal immigrants and enforcing the law, basically enforcing the law of South Africa. And we are. I don't want to make any firm announcements about that now because there's still quite a bit of detail to be worked out. But we are actually currently in discussions with Home Affairs about how we can go much further than that, even to support them actively in dealing with the issue of illegal immigrants in Cape Town. I'll leave it at that. More information to follow.
Thank you. Councillor Badela.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see the. Sorry, sir. No, Madam Speaker, I wanted to raise the issue of clarity. Councillor Haskin was talking
No,
direct.
we're talking just about the question. Do you have a question? No, I'm not letting Councillor McQueen disrupt the meeting and then ask a question. We will move on while you find another speaker. Councillor Ahmad from Al Jamaa.
But Madam Speaker,
Thank you, Speaker. Assalamu alaikum and everybody. Mr. Mayor, I'm very disappointed in you for not acknowledging Al Jamaa's Muslim marriage bills, which you so boosted in your newspapers about your Home Affairs Minister. However, your whole topic this morning was about a caring city, a caring city. You laid emphasis on the sewer lines, which about the dignity. What's happening with our migrants is getting displaced.
Sorry, with that?
Our migrants, which we removed so desperately and we don't have a place to put them in. We boost about gap housing. You speak about Atlantis, BLR, but we forgot 2 years ago in Sea Point, we by Sea Point High School for this gap housing, etc. We don't mention even the CBD for that matter, etc., etc. Is that reserved for? I won't go any further. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, Councillor Ahmad, you're a nice man. I don't even want to do this, but I mean, that's an open goal. Come on, you've got to think and research your questions slightly more in depth than that, please. But Councillor Ahmad, Tafelberg is not a property of the City of Cape Town. It belongs to the Western Cape Provincial Government. They've been involved in a very long and bitter legal dispute with various housing activist groups in the city about what to do with that property. The main problem with that property is that it's a very beautiful and old and protection-worthy heritage building. So you can't just knock it down for a social housing project. You have to be very creative as to what you do with that property. But it really has absolutely nothing to do with the City of Cape Town. It is not our property. What we are doing, though, Councillor, if you had followed the detail of our program over the last 2 years and in recent months, or even followed my speech this morning, what we are doing is releasing a lot of properties that we do own, not ones that we don't own. That's tough for us to release those, but we do release those that we do own, like a number of parking lots and properties around the CBD, CBD properties here in the last couple of years, a number of properties elsewhere in the city, from Salt River to Woodstock to Goodwood to Maitland to Belleville to Brackenfell to Rondebosch to Ottery to Lansdowne. I can keep going. lots and lots of properties across the city, and including one of South Africa's biggest and most impressive housing land reform projects in Constantia, which we are paying for, by the way. So, Councillor, there's literally nothing that you said that is true, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Councillor
Oh,
Majinga?
I do want to say
Are you
something
not
about
finished?
I do want to say something, if I may, exactly. I do want to say something, if I may, about the huge advancement that we've achieved in this last week for Muslims who want to be traditionally married in our city. Now, it's true that there was a legislative court judgment. There was a whole many years of negotiation and raising of this issue, all of which, Councillor, amounted to naught until the DA's Minister of Home Affairs sorted it out.
Mr. Mayor, please.
Councillor, allow the mayor to finish. You asked the question.
Until in just, after years and years of pork shop, in just 3 months, the DA's Minister of Home Affairs sorted it out. And I hope you'll be honest about reporting that to your very tiny number of constituents. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Councillor Majinga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to request, and by request all the time, if we've got an issue to raise, we must raise it by show of hands. If we've got an issue to raise, we must raise the hand and be given an opportunity to speak, not to shout. I'm talking to all of us.
Yeah.
I'm talking to all of us. But
Let him sign up now.
Councillors, give the councillor an opportunity to speak. They have an opportunity for a question. Just allow them the opportunity.
But
I see Twig is not laughing. What
Okay, can you kindly leave the chamber, Councillor Satterwing? Stop making so much. This is the third time I've asked you. You're disturbing the meeting. You're not following the meeting. You don't appear to know what's going on. Please leave the meeting.
Out.
Councillors, behave. To your point, Councillor.
yes. Now, I just wanted to talk to the point that you made, Madam Speaker, about the time for Councillor Mkrina to ask his question. I just beg on your indulgence so that Councillor Mkrina can ask the question, but I've engaged you, I've spoken to him. Before he asks his question, he knows what he must do. Thank you very much.
Councillor Mkrina.
Madam Speaker, let me first do what I'm supposed to do before I ask. And that is to unreservedly apologize for being the first line of defense when the ANC is under attack from Councillor. That's what I was doing. I didn't know that I was going to, in the process, distract Council. My question, Madam Speaker, to the Mayor is that, Mayor, we heard your input. In your input, Mayor, you are saying that the city invests more on infrastructure and generates more revenue than the city of Joburg and eThekwini combined. Here in the city of Cape Town, we've got infrastructure like properties like the city ICC and as well as the Cape Town Stadium. When do you think, Mayor, we are going to start to see the Cape Town Stadium generating revenue and making profit for the residents of the city of Cape Town? What is the plan that the city of Cape Town has trying to make sure that that stadium actually generates more revenue, like the eThekwini Moses Mabhida Stadium? Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so let me say Let me start with the CTICC. The CTICC is actually very profitable and does generate a revenue for the city. We don't take any of that profit back as the owner. It must be reinvested in the business and in the property. So we don't take a dividend. But I do think it is something that the city should think carefully about whether we should continue to own that asset forever, because it's basically a successful business in and of its own right, and it doesn't need to be a city entity going forward. As for the stadium, it is not yet at break-even point, although I must say it is extremely close. We can check in the financial statements what the city subsidy was this year, but it was very small indeed. It is, I think, very close. Within the next 18 months or so, it will be at break-even, because increasingly it is attracting, obviously it now has its anchor tenant being Stormers Rugby, and we are very proud to have them as the anchor tenant. It's also attracting other large and international events that really boost its revenue. So far as I know, Councillor, and I'll check this and get back to you and correct you if you are incorrect. But as far as I know, the Cape Town Stadium is the only World Cup 2010 stadium in the country that is anywhere even close to break even. The Moses Mabhida Stadium requires a massive subsidy from the city of eThekwini and is increasingly in very bad condition. I saw the story this weekend, I'm sure you will have seen it as well, that it needs a 240 million rand revamp just to repair it and restore it back to usable condition, because it has been allowed to fall into such disrepair, and so many of next door, which is the famous Shark Tank. So I don't think that you are right, actually, but I will check the facts, because these are publicly available facts, and I will come back to you. I don't know those numbers as well as I do the Cape Town numbers, obviously. But let me say that I'm very proud of the work that Cape Town Stadium has done to attract more and more events, to improve its revenue, and to get itself as close to break even as possible. And the principle, as you say, is quite right, that these properties should not be a burden to the ratepayer. They should be at break even. In the case of the CTICC, it's already very profitable. In the case of the Cape Town Stadium, our mission is absolutely to get it to break even. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That brings us to section 3, applications for leave of absence. Chief Whip.
Madam Speaker, I raise on a point of order.
There's no point of order at the moment. We are moving on. Thank you. Councillor Chief Whip.
The
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Speaker, apologies are as follows for today. Councillors Moses, Halfrich, McMahon, Boy, Hugun, Chapel, Madikani, Dambuza, Tandela, Steerman, Boy again, Yeko, Mbandezi. On sick leave, we have Councillors Matanzima, Marklow, Nchweza, Lombard, Thompson, Talib, but I see Councillor Talib has arrived, Marais, May, Sutashi, and Mackenzie. Late arrival will be Councillor Hines, and leaving early will be the Mayor, Councillor Ahmad, Councillor Bengi, and Councillor Jacobson.
Thank you. Councillor Badela.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the sick, Councillor Nodliwa, I think the administration is come to what they mentioned this morning. And then on the leaving early, Councillor Kama.
Thank you. Are there any other parties that have a leave of absence which has not been recorded? All right. Thank you. We move on then to section. Councillor Butteriso.
I just want to make sure I didn't hear clearly. Is Councillor Terianse and Emra Eugen also mentioned? Because I did submit forms.
Thank you. We'll correct that. Then, councillors, in terms of section 4, I would like to announce that today we officially introduced the sign language interpretation service for the city of Cape Town. So you will see it on the screen of the YouTube broadcast, as well as it being now ensures the city compliance with the amendment of the Constitution to recognize the 11th official language, or another official language, sign language. All right. Then we have more than 4 hours debate, so I would require your cooperation in order to complete the agenda efficiently. Thank you. And in terms of section 5, City Manager, any notices?
Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. We move on to section 6, which is the confirmation of the minutes. There are 2 sets of minutes for confirmation: the ordinary meeting on the 22nd of August, and then the special meeting on the 25th of September. So we start on page 6 of the first set of minutes. Can we confirm these minutes? No corrections to attendance? Seconder? Thank you. We are signing off those minutes. The special minutes from the 25th of September, starting on page 64. Can we have confirmation of those minutes? Thank you. Seconder? Thank you, councillors. All right, so we will move on. I just want to inform the councillors, Councillor Bedena.
Councillor Pimpi got an absent without an apology, and he was sharing a laptop with Councillor Kaseka. That's for correct.
So Councillor Haynes did speak to the Secretariat yesterday,
It's corrected.
and he was only sharing the computer allegedly for the one meeting, the September meeting. So not for the August. So we check if you could just get, that's fine. Thank you. So just to confirm, councillors, we have present today 202 councillors. We have 37 from the ANC, 120 from the DA. We have 2 from ARA. We have 6 from the ACDP. Councillor Janssen, I'm naming you for the first time. We have 1 from the AIC. We have 3 from Al Jamar. We have 7 from. We have 2 from Cape Exit. We have 1 from the CMC, 1 from DI, 4 from the EFF. We have 2 from the Freedom Front Plus, 9 from Good, 5 from the PA, none from the PAC, 1 from the UDM, and 1 from UIM. That brings us to 202, and we will count those in terms of the voting going forward. Councillors, we then move on.
Madam Speaker.
Before we, Councillor Ace.
Thank you, Speaker. Just a reminder that the microphones are directional sensitive. So if the speakers can speak into the microphone, which will assist the live feed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillors, you heard that. Please can you speak directly into the microphone. Councillor Satarin, if you want to take photographs before you eventually leave, can you please turn your flash off? Because that too distracts the meeting. And is it Councillor Satarin, you've lost your speaking time in this meeting. Yes, you have. So before we move on to the remainder of the agenda, the whips have agreed on the following items. In volume 2A, item
Speaker,
7,
Speaker.
item 8, item 9, item 10, item 11, item 12, and item 13. In volume 2B, item 24,
Speaker.
item 25, item 26, item 27, item 29, item 30, item 36C, 36D, 36E, and 36F. In volume 3, it's items 37, 39, 41, 42, 43, 45, 47, and 48. In volume 4, the items are for noting, item 57, 59 through to 70, 72 through to 81, and item 83. If there are any parties that wish to offer comments in this regard, they must let the Secretariat know. Thank you, Councillor Cupido.
Speaker, point of order on here, the side.
to the right. You have given an order for her to leave the chamber. She has not. So
We
we just
will
want to
deal
make
with that.
sure.
Thank you, councillor.
We just want to make sure that that's the order.
I'm well aware that she has not.
Thank
We
you.
will deal with that separately.
Thank you,
you.
Speaker.
Can you now move on to the remainder of the agenda, and we move to item 5. And the first speaker on item 5 is Alderman Woodley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Here's item 5, the awarding of contract including care financial obligations beyond the budget cycle, DP 6612Y, 2021. Renewal of a mandate for support of the valuation business system. Madam Speaker, the system used by the city for property valuation purposes, the Government Revenue Management GRM system, contains all information relating to the last 5 valuation cycles in the city over a period of 15 years. This huge volume of information is used for rates billing purposes and generates an income of around 14 billion per annum. This income goes towards funding the city's service delivery program. It is therefore critical that the system be maintained, enhanced, and supported to secure the city's income and continued delivery of services. This is an incredibly complex system containing huge volumes of information, and it requires specialist support to ensure it operates smoothly. In 2011, the city negotiated a very favorable rate with Mayoral Incorporation to provide this service. The renewal of this contract provides the city with the most cost-effective means to continue securing its critical rates income and comply with the Municipal Properties Rates Act. Approval is therefore sought for a renewal of the mandate to Mayoral Incorporation to support the city's valuation business system for a total contract period not exceeding 7 financial years. A deviation was requested as Mayoral is the sole provider of the services required to support the GRM business system. As this contract will incur financial obligations beyond 3 years, it was advertised for public comment in compliance with Section 33 of the Municipal Finance Management Act. Comments were received from the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, DOCTA, and from the National Treasury. These comments and the city's response are contained in Annexure B, C, D, and E of the report. Annexure F contains the city's letter to the Provincial Treasury, which did not provide any comment. In compliance with Section 33(1), the report also sets out the projected financial obligations for each financial year of the proposed contract, up to and including 2030/31. The proposed contract will have no impact on the city's future municipal tariffs and revenue, as its budgetary impact has already been factored into the city's existing budget. Madam Speaker, I therefore recommend that Council determines that the city will derive financial benefit from the contract. 2, approves the entire contract as is, incurring a financial obligation for 7 financial years at an estimated fixed amount of 29,231,350 rands, as well as a rates-based portion of system enhancements at 3,770 rand per hour whenever needed, and authorizes the city manager or his nominee to sign the contract. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Abrams.
Madam Speaker, honourable members of the Council, today I rise on behalf of the National Coloured Congress to oppose the renewal of the mandate under item C05-1024. It is deeply concerning that this contract incurs financial obligations beyond the current budget cycle. This undermines the fiduciary responsibility and restricts further Council's flexibility in managing public finances. We must ask ourselves, why commit the city to long-term financial entanglements without full transparency and public scrutiny? At page 6 and 7 or 14 of the item, it states that within 6 months, the city has billed, not collected, billed rates to the tune of 7 billion rand. Yet the people of Manenberg, who has been renting since 1966, are summoned to court, now face evictions and their furniture being auctioned off to cover the cost of valuing properties they will never own. If governance is to serve the people equitably, we need accountability and clear justifications from this administration. Furthermore, our outsourcing key municipal functions, such as the valuation system, to entities without adequate exploring local alternatives raises questions about our commitment to local economic empowerment. I now pause to remind the Council that the key data required for the valuation of immovable property requires the size of an earth and the size of the building on it, which is already available to from the land use and planning departments. In addition, it requires prior sales data, which also is readily available from the deeds office. We therefore ask, why pay over 35 million rand for data already available in the country system? We cannot continue to perpetuate dependencies on global corporations like those with vested interests in Manatron Inc. This approach detracts from developing sustainable skills and jobs within our communities in the city of Cape Town. Colleagues, we cannot allow this administration to compromise the city's financial health and autonomy. I urge this council to reject the mandate and explore solutions aligned with our residents' interests and future growth. I thank you.
Speaker,
Thank you. We have a recommendation. Councillor Maduza.
just a point of clarity, Speaker. Speaker, I know that this has been long time being said in this council. These contracts ever been said without them being adhered to Section 116. And part of the report is saying that these draft contracts were being presented in our staff council, but there are no annexures that fix.
Okay,
And
thank
also
you.
these contracts, I'm not finished, Speaker, I just want clarity on how we expected to proceed in giving our own recommendations or our own input as an opposition, whilst the administration is not adhering to the legislative guidelines. I'm not saying that just for the sake of saying it. If someone can give us a clarity.
Alderman
Also, when it
Mudri.
comes to public comments, I'm not finished. Can I please?
Can you hurry up?
Can I please finish? It's there. It's a legislative guideline.
Can you give
It's
us the-
Section 116. Go and read.
Yes, okay.
Section 33, Section 116 says if you want to proceed with such a contract, you must adhere to that.
Thank you.
Public comments are only done by the Berg and Cape Aga.
Thank you.
What is that?
Councillor.
What is democracy?
Thank you. You've made the point, Alderman Woodley. Can you speak to that item? That's the point of clarity. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, the report clearly states that there was public participation process. And furthermore, I think the councillor, the well-learned councillor, knows this is the sole provider. And absolutely, we have followed all the processes. And I think the council needs to, or the previous speakers also need to state, where are we not in compliance with the Act? We have done everything possible in this particular one. And I must emphasize, this is the sole provider. Let's not waste too much of energy and waste, saying, here is historic involvement. Like, thank you.
Thank you very much.
We will end
The
the
recommendation is on page 1. Those in favour of the recommendation kindly indicate. Thank you. Those against the recommendation indicate. Thank you. It seems to be unanimous. Oh, is your hand up? Thank you, the NCC. All right, we move on to item 6, recommendations on page 83. This first speaker is Councillor Notjowana.
Councillor Mayoral. Model Speaker, I rise today with the good councillors to oppose the approval of this item. I also want to again call on all the good people of Cape Town and all councillors in this meeting, all those who truly care about racial, class and economic integration and inclusion, to rise against spatial apartheid and stop the suffering in Cape Town. This item goes against everything the mayor has just said. Public land must be used for public good. Cape Town remains one of the most unequal and segregated cities in the world. If we truly care, as the mayor said over 20 times, and if we are serious about racial, class, and economic integration and inclusion in Cape Town, we need to seriously relook the processes of how and to who we sell available land and properties in the middle of a housing crisis. The rationale is often that the revenue from these sales will be used to provide services in poorer areas. This is not reflected in the budget. and in the stinking reality of these communities that constantly overflow with sewerage and uncollected rubbish in the streets. Informal settlements, for example, year on year, get a mere 2% of the city's capital allocation for water and sanitation. So where is this money going when children die in uncovered sewers in Cape Town? We are saying that people from poor areas must be able to enjoy the best but exclusive service delivery enjoyed by the people living in Frederick instead. We are saying that black and colored working class people who are victims of apartheid forced removals in Cape Town, past and present apartheid forced removals, including gentrification, must get first priority in accessing this land and these homes at a discount. The people who wake up as early as 4 a.m. to keep the CBD clean and the surroundings are the people who must get first priority of living in the suburb of Frederick. Due to the often exclusive public participation processes of the city of Cape Town on important issues such as this, people living in the most dangerous communities, such as Delft, Hanover Park, Khayelitsha, and Nyanga, never get a chance in reclaiming the land and space in Cape Town. Speaker, this property could accommodate a family from these and other areas where the risk of getting shot and killed any day is the highest. There are many properties like this one in today's agenda. Undoing spatial apartheid and bringing more black and colored people back to the city bowl could save lives. Let us stop the suffering and save lives. Let us all oppose this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hingham.
Speaker, good morning. The property that is the subject of this item, Earth 153 Frederick, situated at 15 Maynard Street Gardens in Cape Town, was initially purchased by the city to form part of the Canterbury Street Road Scheme. The scheme has since been deproclaimed, and subsequently the process to formally withdraw the road scheme was undertaken by the city's roads department during 2012. While the property is zoned general residential 4, it is only 234 square meters. It falls within an HPOZ, and the relevant heritage restrictions in terms of development apply. The subject property is vacant and has been vacant for some time, which has resulted in it becoming a security risk for the surrounding community. The property is not a social housing property and is no longer required for municipal purposes. Given the heritage nature of the property, it is also not appropriate for the development of and the size of the property specifically, it is not appropriate for the development of affordable social housing. Furthermore, the Mayor has already outlined extensively how the city is addressing our housing challenges through the release of land for affordable and social housing for more people, including within the inner city. Given the security risks at this vacant property, and in order to relieve the city of its maintenance burden, I am pleased that the city intends to dispose of this viable immovable property via auction, and I ask that this council move the item. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendation is on page 83. Those in favour of the recommendation? Those against the recommendation? Good. Thank you. The recommendation is carried. We move on to item 14. And the recommendation for that item is on page 339. The first speaker there is Councillor Bungani. Councillor, where's he? There you are. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the ACDP to express my support for the amalgamation of Mayoral Fund policy, the Mayor Special Fund, and the Relief Fund policy. This consolidation is a significant step towards streamlining our processes and making it easier for applicants to understand the requirements seeking for the relief. It is a move that promises greater transparency, efficiency, and accessibility for our citizens. The new policy framework is designed to simplify the application processes, ensure that those in need can more easily navigate the system and receive the support they require. This is a commendable effort to reduce bureaucratic obstacles and enhance the responsiveness of our local government to the needs of its people. However, while we celebrate this positive development, it is imperative that we remain vigilant against potential misuse and politicization of these funds. The integrity of these funds must be perceived to ensure they serve their intended purposes. We have seen instances in the past where funds meant for public good have been misappropriated. For example, there have been allegations of funds being diverted for personal gain or used to carry political favor. Such actions not only undermine public trust, but they also deprive those in genuine need of the assistance they deserve. Therefore, Speaker, I urge the Honourable Mayor and all involved parties to ensure the highest standard of accountability, transparency are applied in regard to this fund. Strict oversight mechanism must be put in place to monitor the distribution, utilization of these funds. Regular audits and public reporting will also be essential to ensure that every rand is used appropriately and effectively. In conclusion, Speaker, while we support the amalgamation of these policies for promises, we must also be steadfast in our commitment to safeguard these funds from misuse. Before giving complete approval, we would like to see the final draft to ensure our concerns are adequately met. Let us work together to ensure that this initiative truly serves the best interest of our communities, providing timely and adequate relief to those who need it most. Speaker, we also want these funds to accommodate organizations and the churches. ACDP do support this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alderman Woodley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Mayor received regular requests for relief, charity, and other forms of financial assistance from members of the public and organizations. Most of these requests are dealt with through the city's allocations under its Section 67 grants and aid policy, but some deserving requests fall outside of the ambit of that. The policy seeks to establish a streamlined policy direction for the effective allocation of funds approved by Council for the purposes of supporting charitable or relief allocations as recommended by the Mayor, allocated on the approval of the MACO. The policy is applicable to projects that are supported by Council-approved funds made available to the Mayor. These funds are made available via the budget process. To this end, the policy is utilized by the Mayor and the direct office in allocating funds to projects that meet the criteria of this policy. The contributions to the City of Cape Town policy number 41636, entail ad hoc donations made by organizations or members of the public to the City of Cape Town, do not fall under nor form part of this policy. The City of Cape Town is one of the only municipalities in the country to provide a policy guidance in terms of how a mayor spends funds that are made available to them. This policy supports good governance and aims to make the process of qualifying for funds easier for potential beneficiaries. By approving the policy, Council will remove any ambiguity in terms of funding allocation and ensure that the Mayoral project funds reach the intended destination. Madam Speaker, may I also take this opportunity of one of the beneficiaries that enjoyed this benefit a couple of weeks ago was a completely disadvantaged community, or we call them drummies from West Bank, Council Savant's ward, whereby they participated in a national president's competition in Belhar. And for the first time that they have participated, and they were runners-up to that event. So they really truly appreciate it. And I want to say on behalf of the community and to the mayor and his team and this council, we really appreciate, and that community appreciates, and hopefully they will come to one of our council meetings and do a little demo. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The recommendation is on page 339. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against the recommendation? The recommendation is carried. We move on. Recommendations on page 355 and 356, and the first speaker is Councillor Delwani.
Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of Al Jamaa and Councillor Dalwai. Speaker, I would like to address the concerns surrounding the sale of this property located on the corner of Lawson and Smith's Drive in Athlone. Whilst all the legal boxes have been ticked, it is clear the community is still unhappy with the outcome. As leaders, it is our responsibility to listen and respond to their concerns. Speaker, we understand the need for growth and progress, but not at the expense of our quality of life. The current infrastructure is already struggling to cope with the existing volume of traffic, and this development will only worsen the problem. Although the sale does not concern issues relating to the development, however, time to come, and amongst other things, it will become the issue of the city. Furthermore, Speaker, the sale of The sale with the purpose of commercial development will result in an increased congestion and longer commute times in Lawson Road. It will also reduce safety for pedestrians and cyclists and will have a negative impact on local businesses and emergency services. Speaker, my questions are, was the community truly engaged to understand their concerns? Was long-term implications of a commercial development of the sale and previous one to the same purchaser considered? And Speaker, my last question is, are we prioritizing economic gain over community well-being? Furthermore, I would like to emphasize the importance of adequate public participation in public-making processes, in decision-making processes, not only in the Lawson Road property, but in general. Let it not be that the bare minimum requirements set out in the law. The layman does not understand the procedures in objecting the process. My submission is, if the bare minimum requirements for public participation is going to be applied, then the city should educate our communities on how to interpret the policies or the bylaws and be taught how to object during a public participation period. Lack of understanding and knowledge in this regard would be prejudicial on many people. This should never be taken advantage of, as many feel that way. As elected representatives, it is our duty to ensure that the voices of our constituents are heard and valued. However, I have concerns that we are not doing enough to facilitate meaningful public engagement. Decisions have been made with minimal effort from the community, leading to feelings of being deprived and disappointed. Al-Jamaa urges the city to implement measures to enhance public participation beyond the bare minimum requirements as set out in the policies and bylaw. Let us prioritize the people's voice and work together to strengthen our democratic process. As I submit. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Badruddin.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I respond as the ward councillor for Ward 48, and it seems to me that the councillor is trying to make at least 2 points. The first one being the initial sale of the land, which was a process handled already in 2021, and also a process which at that stage and a record of decision and ultimately the mayor's final input on that was issued to the civic at the same time on the 3rd of November 2021. The councillor is correct that there was, or incorrect rather, that there was actually an extensive public engagement process. The city received 29 valid appeals and 46 invalid appeals. He makes reference to the traffic as well, and there was a 63-page traffic impact assessment which was issued as part of this particular assessment. And so the decision around the sale of the bulk of the land has already been made in 2021, and it's futile going back to that particular discussion, as it's already been had. And the sub-council on the second part of this discussion has engaged as well, where the councillor had been present in some of those meetings too. And the sub-council wholeheartedly supported the sale of this land to the developer, because it helps us, especially in my ward, ensure that there isn't any open dead spaces that could pose any risk in future, which could cause additional costs in terms of needing to protect it, fence it off, etc., when the developer essentially would do this all for us at the same time, and making sure that in Ward 48 we're able to keep our community clean. I do want to make the point that this particular stretch of land as well will in the future benefit from the My City development, which will ultimately see that particular landscape be enhanced, where the community will also, as a result of those investments, have additional access to the My City, in addition to the developments that are currently underway along Turfwell Road. So, Speaker, in terms of this particular report, as the Ward Councillor, I support it wholeheartedly, and the Sub-Council as well. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendations are on page 355 and 356. Those in favour of the recommendations indicate. Thank you. Those against the recommendations? Goods against the and Al-Jamaa and CCC, and who's that? Are you all the same? I'm sorry, I can't see that far. Councillor, what party are you? CCC, yes, I got that. Thank you very much. We move on then to the next item, which is item 16 with a recommend. It's been agreed now. Thank you. Then we move on to item 17 with a recommendation on page 469. And the first speaker there is Councillor Duke. Councillor Duke, are you here?
I'm here.
No, moving on. You there? Okay, speak.
I'm there.
All right.
Good morning, everyone. The electricity plays a vital role in every household in our days, but the city is delaying to provide a way forward in terms of adding disadvantaged communities into the trade. This is a situation that is getting a strain to dilapidated infrastructure that we are currently have. As much as we agree with this policy, but it's not clear. I'm saying, as much as we agree with this policy, is not clear. How about those that residing under service route? The policy is not clear at all. What about those new COVIDs in terms of electrifying them? Thank you very much.
Thank you. The recommendation is on page 469. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Anyone against the recommendation? Good. Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you. The CCC is against. Moving on, we go to item 18. The recommendations on page 498, and the first speaker there is Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Madam
Maiden
Speaker,
speech.
for this opportunity. Speaker, I rise to speak on the shared network change program, which, while necessary, lacks the clarity and inclusivity. This policy overlooks small rental units that are central to the city's densification.
Sorry, Councillor, Mr. Mayor.
Point of order, I thought there was a speaker's list for the previous item. Did it become agreed?
It's gone. We've finished. Yes, thank you.
Was it agreed?
Agreed. Yeah. Thank you. So, sorry, Councillor Paul.
Speaker, may I interrupt the mayor next time he speaks? That would be fair.
Councillor, when you finished reading the rules, you were only inaugurated today, so we'll accept that, but he's an executive mayor.
Which, while necessary, lacks clarity and inclusivity. This policy overlooks small rental units which are central to the city's densification goals. The language of such a policy is complex and inaccessible to ordinary citizens. Maybe that's why out of millions of Cape Town residents, only 13 comments were received. 9 of those are from sub-councils and councillors. And this exposes the city's sorry excuse for public participation as a box-ticking exercise. Yet, when the city moves on items that even vaguely challenge the notion of spatial apartheid and white supremacy, the Democratic Alliance can mobilize its gang of crumbs. Further, the omission of the tariff gives effectively the city a blank check to further screw the poor, the working class, out of more illegal tariffs. I, for one, look forward to watching the Democratic Alliance sue itself in the High Court on the 4th of December as it challenges nurses' high tariffs. Why can't the city apply what it should do here in the city of Cape Town? Thank you so much.
Thank you. I just want to, Mr. Mayor, in fact, you were correct. They've scribbled agreed across my page here for item 16, which went through her name. So she didn't get an opportunity, but it was agreed. So we move on then to Councillor Cotti. Councillor Cotti?
Thank you, Speaker. Is Councillor Jackson speaking after me?
No, it's a different item. Councillor Cotti?
Yes, Speaker, thank you very much. Good morning, Mayor, councillors, officials, members of the public. A say network charge is a charge levied to cover the cost of infrastructure of energy provision. Specifically, the charge is administered to increase the capacity of say network to meet the additional demand imposed by either new or upgraded connections as requested by customers or developers. The same network is also administered by the Electricity Generation and Distribution Department within the city. But what worries us is that only 13 public comments were received with various engagement with the community and the sub-councils. Speaker, I also want to refer to you that backyard dwellings refer to informal structures and informal residents, regardless of ownership. These structures are also used for local habitation, which is also positioned behind, in front, or on the primary dwelling. Only backyards and city-owned properties will be assisted. But as the mayor also indicated in his speech, many of the houses are also receiving title deeds. Therefore, most of the backyards will not qualify for this service. Most residents also within the city is also ESCOM customers and therefore will be excluded from this policy. Local government is also empowered by providing municipal services in terms of Section 156 of the Constitution, Section 8 of the Systems Act, and Electricity Regulation Act, Electricity Supply Bylaw, and the nursery licenses. Speaker, developers of formal, low-cost housing and informal settlements are not excluded from this payment of the charge, but are required to include this particular charge in their state subsidy claims. Should no grant funding are available for the developers are still required to fund this charge out of their project funding. In conclusion, temporary supplies are also exempt from this particular charge for a period not exceeding 12 months, limited to capacity, and must be concentrated on construction purpose only. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sulela.
Thank you, Speaker. There is a reason why the City of Cape Town is one of the only few municipalities that do not owe a cent to ESCOM. It is because we take care of our assets, and this policy is actually there to enhance our service to the residents that we supply electricity to. And just to respond to the legality around the shared network policy and the comments that were received to the sub-council, it is not a new policy. This very same house back in 2005, it actually approved a policy, but it was just named something different. It was called a development capital tariff at the time. So the fact that like right now we are calling it a shared network policy and people are focusing on the comments that were received at a sub-council level would show that people didn't actually read the report. Also, when it comes to the policy trying to exclude the poor, on the report, it clearly states that the developers that are going to be doing low-cost housing and in informal settlements, they are also going to be allowed to pay the fee. But because they are mostly funded by grants, they need to then apply for a subsidy through that grant. With everything that is clearly outlined on the report, I do move that the recommendations on 502 must again be adopted by the council. I thank you.
Thank you. The recommendation is on page 498. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against the recommendation? Good. EFF, CCC. Thank you very much. We move on to the next item, item 19. With a recommendation on page 529, and the first speaker there is Councillor De Beer.
Very good day, Madam Speaker. Good day, Mr. Mayor, Molweni Nyonke, and to the fellow councillors, very good to see you. They say a tongue does not have a bone, but what comes from it can break bones. It would be a loop of me not to sit in front of or at the back of this lady councillor in front of me from the DA. It would be ungentlemanly from me not to apologize to you in what came from my tongue. It is unnecessary and I absolutely apologize. It is not so. Secondly, Madam Speaker, ja, jy moet jou foute erken terwyl jy nog lewe, né? That's how it is. Madam Speaker, very few people have the honor, the privilege to frequently every week get into a vehicle of law enforcement or metro police. As a member of this council that serves on SIVOC, And on the safety, security, PC, I make it my duty to at least 4 times a month ride in those vehicles. Today we talk about a ride-along policy, and I think I speak for all. Get up at night, sacrifice your Netflix, put on your bulletproof, and come with me. Come with me. Because we are very quick to say that certain areas are currently at war. You are right, but there are people that face such war every night and every day. Elke dag en elke aand. It's only when you are fired upon that you start nipping and wishing for the bakery of your mother. Very few here have been under fire. The ride-along policy is open, and we welcome you to come with us. That in 1 6-hour shift, 3 murders, you have to stand at the body. 92 shots in 30 minutes, you have to run. The problem, Madam Speaker, is education. That you think that because we have a camera, we can respond. That you think that we are not doing our duty when SAPS, I say it clear, is an amicable failure in the system. I say it again to the provincial commissioner. We asked you 3 times, come sit a bietjie hier. We have things to say to you. In conclusion, I find it sometimes farcical that we stand en ek was daar my broer, kom 'n bietjie saam met my. I ask that the ride-along policy be taken and that the people start educating about the war that's really out there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Harris.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to
Councillors, please settle down.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity. I am not going to waste my colleagues' time. The policy be therefore served before us needs to be approved by Council. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendations on page 529. Those in favour of the recommendation indicate. Thank you. Those against the recommendation. We're all in favour. I'm waiting for the queue for people who want to join Councillor De Beer. Thank you. The recommendation is carried. We move on to item 20. Alderman Andrews.
Speaker, good morning. Speaker, I would like to withdraw this item, primarily because it does not require a resolution of council to be included in the Mayor's urban sustainability portfolio. We have already written to the Mayor's office. A memo has been sent to him to include it in the next iteration of that portfolio. So I hereby request that council withdraw this item, Speaker.
Thank you very much. We move on to item 22 with a recommendation on page 741, and the first speaker there is Councillor McQueen. 21. 21, I've got as agreed. I do wish we'd sort these out. Are we agreed? That's agreed. Okay, thank you. Item 22, Councillor McKenna.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the ANC, we agree with this item as well. But in as much as we agree with this item, hope this will yield the desired results, more especially in our communities where sewer infrastructure, like sewer lines, are collapsing and experiencing sewer spillage on a daily basis, where it is impossible to drive in our community for 10 to 50, 10, 50, or even 100 meters and not see any pothole, where we have clean water running daily from burst pipes. Then from time to time, when we log calls for this to be fixed, we'll be told that there's only one truck or there's no truck to assist us. We hope that when we get into such an agreement, this broker will be able to assist us in ensuring our assets, whereby they will always be readily available to help our communities, the poorest of the poor. We are experiencing currently, we are told that the reason why we've got so many hijackings in our communities, that the city's vehicles are being hijacked, it's because currently the city of Cape Town doesn't have a contract, or there are problems with the service provider insofar as the tracker service provider is concerned. So we hope that this contract will help us quell such problems so that we don't experience such going forward, so that services to our people can be rendered with no stoppages. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Boyson.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I'm not sure if my colleague here is speaking to the same item that I must speak to, because the item that before us is about the awarding of a contract that will incur financial obligations beyond the budget cycle, which is the provision of a service provider to assist the City of Cape Town with the management of its general self-insurance fund. In accordance with the city's supply chain management policy and the requirements of the MFMA, a service provider has been appointed to assist the city with the management of the general self-insurance fund for a 5-year period commencing on the 1st of April 2025. A decision was taken by the Feed Adjudication Committee to award this tender, which will incur financial obligations beyond the three financial years. The tender is properly budgeted for in terms of both the city's medium-term revenue and expenditure framework, as well as the long-term financial plan. Section 33 of the MFMA prescribes that public participation is required whenever a local authority intends to sign an agreement or contract that will incur financial obligations beyond 3 financial years. This section also requires the local authority to make a draft contract public and a statement of summarizing the municipality's obligations in terms of the proposed contract, and public, and also solicit the views of and recommendations of the National Treasury, the Provincial Treasury, and COCTA. All of these important requirements were sufficiently complied with in this case, as can be seen on page 2 and 3 of the report. The call for public participation was advertised for a month in widely circulated newspapers which are read by most people in the Western Cape. It was also advertised at all sub-councils, libraries, City of Cape Town official website, the Civic Center for comment. No comments were received from the public and COCTA. The comments that were received were from the National Treasury and the Provincial Treasury, and these comments were taken into account comprehensively and responded to. In conclusion, Speaker, let me state that previously the city used to get brokers every 2 years. Therefore, under this 5-year contract, the financial benefit will be derived by the city, in that a 5-year broking contract is deemed to be the most cost-effective in view of the complexities of the short-term insurance market, the class of the risks, and the premiums. Therefore, Speaker, I recommend that we adopt this report, which appears on page 11. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendation is on page 741 of the main agenda. So those in favor of the recommendation, please indicate. Thank you. Those against? Good. Abstain. You're abstaining. CCC is against. Thank you. Then and EFF, are you abstaining? Thank you. Then we move on to the next item, item 23, and this recommendation is on page 818. Councillor.
Madam Speaker.
Korba.
Madam Speaker, PA is against.
PA, sorry, thank you. We'll take notes. Thank you. Councillor Korba.
Speaker, the ANC support the question that between the province government and the city of Cape Town in the issue of roads belonging to our government. However, we reserve that the bill in this the bill.
Councillor, we can't hear you if you don't put the mic to your mouth. So talk directly into the mic.
The ANC support the correction done between the province and the city of town on the road issues that belong to our sphere of. However, we have reserved that this bill of the road, this bill of the roads that is coming to the of Cape Town, without a clear mandate of material without material of the road. Must Speaker, kufuna indlela eqinisekileyo okokuba indlela eqinisekileyo Speaker yokubana singakwazi ukutyala ityala leprovince imali etyalwa iprovince kwindlela zethu. Iprovince kufuneke ibhatale because there is imali engange-4 billion that the province must clear before that we can take this thing. We support as the ANC. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kuntis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, we appreciate the support of the opposition. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to present this report on the second phase of our road devolution process. Not the first time we're doing it here in this council chamber. Today, we consider an important development, strengthening Cape Town's autonomy and enhancing our road infrastructure management. This is part of our long-term project that began in the early 2000s to assign roads more appropriately to the authority best suited to management. This current phase focuses on transferring certain proclaimed main roads from the Western Cape Government to the City of Cape Town, and these roads are within the municipal area and are vital for our local mobility. The transfer aligns with our goal of establishing more efficient, effective management of public roads. Historically, many of the roads of local significance fell under the provincial management. The Western Cape initiated a phased transfer of road ownership and management to local municipalities, and we are certainly in support of that. Phase 1 of this project already has been completed successfully with several roads transferred. We are now in phase 2, which aims to proclaim approximately 909 kilometers of road. This includes 158 kilometers of proclaimed provincial main roads, 751 kilometers of municipal main roads that are still under provincial authority. While the city already manages 751 kilometers, roads remain formally under province's authority, and once proclaimed, this phase will ensure that the city assumes full ownership authority over all of them. Please keep in mind that this transfer will not lead to any additional financial impact, as the roads that we are accepting are in good, fair condition, with the concerns of Councillor Koba. However, there will be administrative costs associated with defining the boundaries correctly. These responsibilities have been planned for and are already absorbed in the Urban Mobility Department. Upon completion of this process, Madam Speaker, the city will add approximately 4 billion rands worth of road assets to its register, ensuring our comprehensive management of Cape Town's vital transport and our determination to take over these roads scoots when they are in a state of adequate care. So this leads us to the 245 kilometers of roads that are in the condition that we are not prepared to accept. We'll accept once provincial government brought them up, that puts to position. Madam Speaker, today we seek Council's approval to proceed with the final steps of transfer. We recommend consenting to the proclamation and transfer of roads as detailed in Annexure A. And additionally, these roads will be designated as arterial roads under our outdoor advertising bylaw 2020. We're also seeking authorization, Madam Speaker, for the Executive Director of Urban Mobility to sign the necessary memorandum of agreement, ensuring a seamless transition to the formal assumption of our role as the road authority. This transfer is more than a mere administrative change. It marks another step towards empowering the City of Cape Town to manage and maintain infrastructure essential for our residents and daily lives, keeping on.
Thank you. The recommendations on page 818. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against the recommendation? Thank you. It's unanimous. We move on. That concludes item volume 2A, and we move on to volume 2B, item 28. And the first speaker on that item is Councillor Mazwi. No, sorry. Okay, we've agreed on item 28. We're moving on. So we move on to item 31. And the first speaker on item 31 will be Alderman.
Madam Speaker, item 28 now. 31.
31.
Right, thank you, Madam
31.
Speaker. I'm proud to present this proposal to Council today because this item supports a vital community radio station, Radio Sibonele, a source of news, information and entertainment for our residents. Local radio is essential, especially for those who rely on it to stay connected and informed. It's a platform for sharing stories, promoting local initiatives and building community. Now, for background, this station has been occupying and leasing the city property and also utilizing the adjacent urban, and they've now applied to purchase it. Since this land isn't needed for municipal purposes, disposal was supported. Mako did propose a discount in the sale price based on the market-related value due to the station's social impact and also the community programs that benefit the residents. And I'm happy to report that the application in this regard is favorably received because they are then based on their community programs, doing wonderful work in this community which has very positive social impact. And we will do everything possible to get it to Council with this discount in mind. But today's report only seeks Council's in principle approval for the disposal, and then approving this will give the station a stable base to grow. And this stability also allows them to expand, create jobs, and support local businesses and the community. And so by adopting this proposal, Speaker, we're not just approving a property sale, we're also investing in a resource that uplifts and unites. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Is Councillor Busby there?
Yes.
There we go.
And Speaker, councillors, members of the community and the media. Madam Speaker, the item before us seeks approval on proposed granting of in-principle sale of R 7456, 27457, and 2749, bound by Imtawelanga Street, Ntutyana and Nwalazi Drive in Khayelitsha Sub-Council 10, which was then Ward 92, but now it's Ward 98, Ilita Park, where I reside. Madam Speaker, as a resident of Khayelitsha, and specifically in Ilita Park, where the Radio Sibonele is situated, indeed, Radio Sibonele is playing a very huge and a vital role in the economic growth of Khayelitsha. Not only in Khayelitsha, but Cape Town as well. Speaker, this radio station has been operating there and for quite some time, more than a decade, and it has employed the youth of Cape Town. It has demonstrated their sustainability excellently and is one of the few community radio stations operating for more than a decade in their current lease property. Sub-Council 10 on the meeting held February the 16th of the year 2022 referred this item back for amendment to give Radio Sibonele FM this property without any compensation. Of course, there were no comments regarding this fruitful investment in our Khayelitsha economic growth. We call it our pride. Radio Sibonele is not only there as a radio station, but a home to many residents of Cape Town to showcase their talents, to communicate and to advertise. It has produced so many radio presenters and journalists of high profiles today. It has done beyond expectation, providing internships, learnership, give our youth skills that can be used out there for a living. With all that has been said, Madam Speaker, EFF caucus in the city of Cape Town wants Radio Sibonele to be given all of these urban without any compensation. And I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Gabuza.
Thank you, Speaker. Good day to everybody. Let me first, Speaker, give the background of Radio Sibonele. Sibonele FM was established in 1993 and became the first official community radio in the country, where it obtained its broadcasting license in August 1995. The radio station initially operated out of a shipping container located in Town 2, one of the localities in Kailicha. Radio Bonele is one of the radio stations that rating #1 in the country. Radio Bonele played a very vital role in the community of Kailicha. We support the item, Speaker, on the basis that Radio Bonele is the community radio.
Councillor Coles.
Is not a commercial radio. So, Freedom Charter that was adopted, Speaker, let me remind you that back during our freedom, since we celebrated 30 years in our democracy, Freedom Charter says, Speaker, the land must belong to the people. So we are saying the rate of Radio Bonele must go down, and also Radio Bonele must be awarded this piece of land free of charge. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a recommendation which is legally compliant. Can we, those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against the recommendation? Thank you. The recommendation is carried. We move on to item 32. And so you're against the recommendation as it is? And who do you represent? Okay. Sorry about that. I can't. We're moving on. Item 32, the recommendation on page 265. The first speaker on that item is Councillor Tunji. You are. Thank you.
Great. Speaker, Section C of page 17. In terms of Section 3, all promote establishment, development, maintain socially and equitable and of safe, healthy living, elimination of slums. This while the rental is on face 6,400, depending on the house. What then when the breadwinner loses? All know the subsidy are only. Even worse, what if their creditors don't allow them to undergo this process? The backyarders of what 5 and what, as well as the informal sector, know the housing project. How does it make sense to mushroom a social housing project in a community with high gardens? The city is selling land in a place where many cannot afford social housing, where backyarders continue to grow their families in back rooms while their parents before them. Some are now on the older person, no promise. Why does the city continue to offer such opportunities where people in the area will, in the long run, what we are currently experiencing in our community? The city is consistent in systematically ensuring the agenda of segregation while ensuring we use paying in the same areas with lack of service delivery as an achievement with the illusion of investment, all because of gain. Social housing is the very reason we will use and already existing problems where we are experiencing social housing on a bigger scale. And we know there are many cons than pros to social housing. Have we not learned anything from the Langa project? Communicate. Is there something more sinister at hand? While there are no social housing in such areas like Rosebank with the same rental options, the EFF strives to amend social housing restructure include previously white-owned areas to promote inclusion. We, the EFF, want all private housing to include mixed for the benefit and middle class. The EFF rejects this item.
Thank you. Councillor Aiken.
Thank you, Speaker, and good afternoon to Council.
Speaker, surely the council hasn't read or listened to what the mayor has said this morning about housing development for affordable opportunity for our. We've got a crisis, Speaker, with housing development within the city of Cape Town. And I want to inform the council from the EFF that this is an opportunity that we can cater for those that has been waiting for years on the housing waiting list. So, Speaker, I want to support the recommendation of C32 from pages 265 to 322, Speaker.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 265 to 266. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against the recommendation? The EFF and the CCC. Thank you. We move on to the next item, which is item 33, with a recommendation on page 322. And the first speaker there is Councillor Duka.
Good day once again, Speaker. Speaker, believe me when I'm saying, ever since the administrator of over in 2006, it continuously failing the working class. It reversed all the gains which were achieved under the ANC government. As much as this item was presented during the meeting at Sub-Council 2 from the beginning of this month, it was not transparent as it is to represent the disadvantaged community. It is crystal clear that the administrator of Democratic Alliance is having a hidden agenda to discredit our people, particularly the black. This bylaw is trying to undermine the informal traders and discourage Ovukuzenzele. Those that are in agreement of this bylaw are not even the customers of the informal traders in the streets. We can experience that this administrator of Democratic Alliance doesn't have an idea of how to govern this city.
Councillors, quiet, please.
Don't worry, Speaker. Empty vessels make a lot of noise. Speaker, because of these street vendors make the most of their sales during evening and early morning hours, the mentioned approved time from 6 a.m. to 1800 in the evening is total not suitable for them to make sales. Speaker, this bylaw should develop in consultation with stakeholders, including formal traders, to ensure effective equitability. It will be a great idea if municipality could introduce a development program for these informal traders. These people, Speaker, earn money to support themselves and their families.
Conclude.
That all important component to the right of human dignity.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cole. Councillor Coles.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and good morning, Mayor and colleagues. Speaker, I must say, Councillor Duka, I'll use the phrases, the same phrase as the Mayor. He's a very nice guy, but I think this morning, Councillor Duka, we should have just spent a little bit more time just reading. It's not the bylaw. It's not the bylaw, but it's the revised informal trading plan for Sub-Council 2. The area of Sub-Council 2, Madam Speaker, just for some reference, consists of Kraaifontein, Brackenfell and Kuils River. There had been an increase in the number of informal traders in the district over the last 4 years. The vast increase in informal traders can also be attributed to a large influx of economic migrants into Kuils River. Kraaifontein. We see informal trading as the only means to sustain their livelihood. Area economic development also observed an increase in demand for informal trading opportunities from the local community. Area economic development, after consultation with the Council of Sub-Council 2, informal traders and members of the community, proposes an increase of 100 new informal trading opportunities. Councillor Duka, please take note of that one. The key objectives of the review are to enhance trading conditions, create additional trading opportunities where none existed, adapt to changes in economic viability, regularize locations in which trading takes place, identify new locations for trading bays. The trading plan will become effective in the 2024-25 financial year after the new trading bay allocations are demarcated. The proposed trading areas are on pages 341 to 342 of the report, so colleagues can weigh themselves with that. Vacant trading bays will be advertised on the e-service portal and the public will apply online. The tariff fees will be subjected to annual increases or changes in the City of Cape Town tariff structure. All informal trading sites will be on the e-permit system, and informal trading bays. Regular compliance checks will be done by AED compliance liaison officers who will assist the area coordinator to address violations of the terms and conditions of permits by informal traders. Actions by AED range from verbal warnings for non-serious transgressions to written warnings and eventually the cancellation of permit in the event of serious constant transgressions. Law enforcement informal trading unit will conduct interventions and will also respond to complaints. And Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I just want to re-emphasize this, and Councillor Duka spoke about job creation. I want to just emphasize this. There is nothing that stops a bullet like a job.
Thank you.
There's nothing like a job
Thank
that
you.
gives individuals dignity. Therefore, I hereby approve. I ask Council.
Thank you. The recommendation is on page 322, 323. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against the recommendation?
Abstain, Speaker.
And Good will abstain. Thank you very much. We move on to item 34.
Point of order, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. In terms of Rule 31.1.5, any member, whether he or she addresses the council on a matter and debate or not, may raise his hand to a point of order, and that is what I'm doing now. In terms of 31.1.2, a point of order may be raised at any stage of the meeting proceedings. I therefore rise in terms of Rule 30.1.5, which states that members may not engage in disorderly conduct in the chamber and council's meeting, making allegations against another member without adequate substantiation. I further rise in terms of Rule 30.1.6, which states that members may not engage in disorderly conduct in the chamber and council's meetings, acting in any other way to the detriment of the dignity of another member, decorum or orderly procedure of the council. During the mayoral address, the mayor made reference to, and I quote, the rest of the gang, and further claimed that he saw on social media our leader had stolen a car. The word gang is unprofessional and has a negative connotation often associated with criminal behavior and being accused of theft based on social media posts. This could be seen as disrespectful and derogatory. Whether this was figurative, such language should remain respectful and professional. As a member of the CCC, a practicing attorney, a small school commissioner, and the disciplinary committee.
We will take your point of order under advisement. Councillor Satarin, you already have been told to leave, so please. Thank you. We move on.
Speaker,
I've heard your point of order. We will take it under advisement. We're carrying on now. Thank you. Item 34 has been agreed to. Item 35. Councillor Fasaki. Councillor Fasaki.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the purpose of this report is for Council to consider the proposed tally.
Councillor Satarin. Councillor Satarin. Councillor Satarin. Thank you. Do you want law enforcement to throw you out? I'm trying to turn you into a lady. Do you want law enforcement to turn you out? Thank you. Councillor Fasaki.
Speaker, you have failed to protect us with and the Speaker.
Speaker, the purpose
Where is
Councillor Fasaki, carry on.
The purpose of this report, Speaker, is to consider, thank you. The purpose of the report is to consider the proposed calendar of meetings for council and its committees from January 2025 to December 2025. It is recommended that.
Councillor Lula, will you stop trying to throw the middle finger at the councillors? Councillors, you're behaving very badly. Speaker, please. Thank you very much. Good. Carry on.
Speaker, we recommend that the report is supported and adopted.
Thank you. Those in favour of the report? Thank you. The report is carried. Item 36, Councillor Badela. The finalisation of the section 78.
Yes, as an ANC, we agree with this item is making a financial viability sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kempthorne.
I move this item. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The recommendation for this item is on page 802, and it is those in favour? Those against? Thank you. The item is carried. We move on to item 36A. And this item, recommendations on page 1 of the agenda, separate document. Okay, Councillor Simongweni. Councillor Simongweni.
Thank you, Speaker. This is a significant milestone in our quest for sustainable and equitable urban development. And increased access to affordable water and sanitation and electricity remain a challenge for many people. The approval of the Electrical Trading Service Reform Strategic 2024 as mandated by the Urban Settlement Development Grant Framework represents a major step forward towards addressing those issues. I'm mentioning water and sanitation because recently, Speaker, we approved a similar plan where Councillor Gunqa was quoted by Alderman Badrodin at JP. In his input he made in support of the plan, he demonstrated that the ANC knows what needs to be done. This move is welcomed. It embodies our ANC commitment to enhance energy access and affordability. This is a forward-looking plan that aligns closely our shared vision of building a resilient, efficient, and future-ready utility for the city of Cape Town. This strategy not only addresses immediate performance improvements, but also anticipates the future demands of our changing energy landscape. We are therefore, Speaker, as African National Congress, support the recommendations. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Alderman Limburg.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm appreciative of the support from the ANC. This item is reflective of National Treasury's broader work around reviewing and restructuring the package of municipal grants, and in this particular instance, National Treasury's trading services reform efforts are targeted at improving the overall sustainability and quality of the 3 municipal trading services, as the councillor has highlighted. And this is definitely an intervention that the city welcomes, given the ever-growing pressures that these services operate under and this environment. I do also want to acknowledge National Treasury's progressive approach in that they've offered municipalities the ability to choose different reform models suitable for their respective municipal trading service contexts. In the case of the city of Cape Town, we are a step ahead, as our electricity trading service has matured to the extent that we have already adopted much of the reform requirements, and its service operates under a Model 2 operations, which is one of the 3 desired reform models as per page 32. National Treasury has not only heard but responded to the request of Cape Town and a number of other well-performing municipalities for the introduction of incentive-based grants. And as per the trend set out on page 26 and 27 of this report, the city's Energy Directorate has demonstrated years of high levels of budget expenditure, putting us on a strong footing to maximize additional funding that is expected to become available through this reform program. I am incredibly confident, Speaker, that the Energy Directorate submission is very comprehensive and sets a strong business case for why the city's Energy Directorate is well suited for National Treasury's Trading Services reform program, and therefore I request that this House supports the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendation. Thank you. The recommendation is carried. We move on to item 36B, and the first speaker on that item is Councillor Fabian Assin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, item 36B is a request for deviation from clause 15 of the performance rewards in the remuneration policy. Speaker, we need to address an important consideration that impacts not only the city's financial health, but also the recognition of our dedicated City of Cape Town employees. Our request is that the city manager be granted the authority to consider the implementation of a once-off performance bonus as an alternative to the performance increments. This request is rooted in a clear understanding of our current fiscal landscape and the necessity to balance employee recognition with financial stability. The recently approved 6% cost of living adjustment for the 2024-2025 financial year, while essential to support our employees, raises valid concerns regarding its long-term implications. Our corporate services team, in collaboration with corporate finance, has rightly pointed out that the additional cost of living adjustment, when considered alongside our existing budget provisions, threatens to create substantial financial strain in our outer years, specifically the 2025-2026 financial year. The phased approach in terms of the increase allows us to manage this increase without overwhelming our budget. We must, however, be mindful of how future financial obligations will impact our ability to serve our community effectively. Our current remuneration policy stipulates that employees within certain pay scales, T14 and above, are eligible for annual performance increase based on performance assessments. While this policy serves an important function in recognizing individual performance, it inherently increases our total cost of employment and ultimately inflates the wage bill. Speaker, we believe that this intervention will ensure that fiscal prudence prevails. We also believe that these interventions will demonstrate our appreciation for the hard work done by our excellent city municipal staff. Importantly, it demonstrates our commitment to ensure ratepayer affordability in all we do. For this reason, I ask that Council supports item 36B and adopts its recommendations listed on page 56. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Jacobs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I greet you and all in Council today. The report tabled before us seeks Council's approval to grant the City Manager authority in order to deviate in the remuneration policy. The reasons are found on page 58 in the discussions of this report, and this is largely due to the cost of living, which currently is 6%, and SALGA has approved a 6% cost of living adjustment increase for the workers. The report further reveals that corporate and finance services has raised the concern over the 6% cost of living adjustment, and it appears that somehow this has thrown a spanner in the works for the city, because the city has decided to budget for a 5% cost of living adjustment increase and not the 6% as approved by SALGA for city workers. This decision of 5% by the City of Cape Town versus the 6% approved by SALGA appears to have been an immature move on the city's behalf, hence the reason why the city seeks to deviate from this clause. This also could leave certain employees of the city, Madam Speaker, in a possible disadvantaged financial position in their future years, bearing in mind that the cost of living crisis continues to squeeze all South Africans. According to the report, corporate and finance services has raised the concern that the cost of living increase of 6% will have a negative impact on the city's financial sustainability and will place a severe financial burden on its outer years, more so the 25 and 26 financial years, as the Council has alluded. Speaker, I am particularly concerned that this scenario, which has now played out, due to no fault of these city employees, could even have a more severe and negative financial impact on theirs and their families' livelihoods in the near future. A good leader who has subjects serving him, that leader recognized, Madam Speaker, he is what he is, he has what he has, became the individual that he has become because of those who have served under him. Their sacrifices has contributed to the reason why he has the status and enjoying the benefits as a result of these serving him. And therefore, Madam Speaker, his primary concern for his subjects is always for those subjects. He prioritizes them, even at his own hurt, because he do care. These leaders, they often eat loss at the expense of their own bellies. These city employees, Madam Speaker, whoever they might be, wherever they might find themselves in Cape Town, I will probably never have the privilege of meeting him in person. But I have no doubt in my mind, Madam Speaker, whatsoever, has contributed in some way or the other, no matter how small or minute, that has enabled Moody's in their credit rating to come to the conclusion as to why this city now currently is enjoying such a healthy, stable, and sound financial position. Moody's went as far to say, and I quote, that the financial performance of the city of Cape Town could further strengthen over 12 to 18 months, surpassing its baseline forecast, unquote. A statement which appears corporate and financial service are grappling with a conflict of two opinions. And so in conclusion, Madam Speaker, with this in mind, as ARA, we, through you, Speaker, are appealing to this council. We are appealing to corporate service, finance services, to revise this decision, or either to possibly come up with an amicable or a best effective solution that will in no way disadvantage the livelihoods of these city employees, their families, which could later in their outer years could prove fatal for their financial survival. And until such time, Madam Speaker, we cannot support this recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Denito.
Speaker.
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 There's an order there, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, Speaker, I just want a point of clarity, if I may, for the previous speaker.
Before I speak.
Thanks, Speaker. Yeah.
Councillor Denisa, carry on.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think we should form a coalition with AIA. They are one of the organizations that is advancing workers' interests. Madam Speaker, this item seeks to take away the rights and privileges of hard-working city employees from T14 and above. These employees are currently hard at work, turning the wheels of service delivery to move much quicker to the marginalized Cape Town residents. For them to receive adequate, effective service delivery, while some of underperforming executive directors are sitting under air conditioners, drinking coffee while they are waiting for their set performance bonuses at the end of the year. Although some they deserve to get. Madam Speaker, municipal policy should be in line with national bargaining agreements or standards, more especially when it comes to bread and butter issues of employees, such as performance bonuses. There is no violent deviation such as this one, Madam Speaker, that may supersede the national bargaining agreements. Madam Speaker, let me remind you, a performance bonus or a performance increment is the form of additional compensation that is awarded to employees based on their performance and contribution to this municipality's success. Not long ago, Mr. Speaker, we must remind you as well, not long ago, Mr. Speaker, the same person that the DA-led municipality want to authorize to deviate from clause 15.4 in the remuneration policy is the same person that publicized personal information of workers in public platform, whom of them will ultimately dismiss, Mr. Speaker. That is Utata Umbanasai. Mr. Speaker, we should be ashamed of the city manager because he was not even in line with dismissal procedure by publicizing unfairly dismissed workers to public platform. Shame on you, city manager, what do you about? The African National Congress, which is the only pro-working class organization in this chamber, rejects this nonsensical recommendation which seek to give powers to the city manager that hate the positive progress of city of Cape Town municipality. Sithi nikani abasebenzi abakusebenzele nzima niyeke ukwimba le mali imali yodlebe zikhalila kuphela. Enkosi.
Thank you, Speaker. The item was introduced by Councillor Singh by saying that the item, we need to consider the impacts of the city's financial health and also the recognition of our dedicated employees. Councillor Jacobs, he shared with the passionate misunderstanding of the item. And I would encourage him to read and not to combine the various items. And I think when Councillor Deniso has his coalition talks, the two of them, they might be able to resolve the item. We request for a phased approach in terms of increasing to allow us to manage the increase without overwhelming the budget. The budget is of great concern to the city, and the Mayor stressed this morning that we support and are very caring to the residents of the City of Cape Town as well as our employees. And therefore, we seek the authorization for the city manager to offer these once-off bonuses where we can achieve two crucial objectives. Firstly, we continue to reward and recognize the hard work and dedication of our employees without locking ourselves into ongoing financial commitments. Secondly, we maintain our current TCOE levels, thus alleviating the financial burden on our budgets, particularly in the coming years. And if the councillors would take the time to read the latest AG report, they will note that municipalities are in severe financial crisis. In South Africa, only 35 out of the 257 municipalities received clean audits, Cape Town being the only metro to do so. So we are not denying rewards and recognition. We are taking financial responsibility in doing so. The bonuses would serve as a clear signal of appreciation for our employees' contributions, providing motivation and recognition without compromising our fiscal responsibilities. It allows councillors for us to strike a balance, honouring our commitment to our workforce and once again safeguarding financial integrity. Speaker, in conclusion, this proposal is not merely about budget management. It is about ensuring that we can sustain our workforce and continue to provide essential services to our community without jeopardizing our financial future. Let us move forward with the wisdom and foresight necessary to navigate these challenges. I urge you all to support the request for once-off performance bonus and empower the city manager to make decisions that honour our employees while securing the city's financial health.
Thank you. The recommendation is on page 56. Those in favour of the recommendation indicate. Thank you. Those against? ANC is against. The EFF is against. I'm not listening to you. Thank you. The PA is against. Thank you. The recommendation is
against.
We move on then to the next item. Item 38 is subsequently agreed to. Item 40, and the first speaker on item 40 is Councillor Tunji.
Hello?
Yes, carry on.
So, Speaker, so the House wants the EFF to agree to a 30-year lease in the name of generating money, as we see in item C46. Now, while the DA has done the finger wag at the ANC for having no service delivery except corruption, the DA validates its lack of service delivery through leasing a huge vacant plot or selling these plots and decorating the deed with economic growth, skills development, and job prospects. Now, you get ANC and you get DA, you've got 30 years, you've got farm, you've got land sales. Now, let's look at Bakasa Blackheath, Khayelitsha, Mfuleni in unpacking the...
Councillors, please allow the councillor to speak uninterrupted.
Please name them as well, Speaker.
Well, I'm trying to see who they are, but they're turning around and I can't see their name on the back of their head.
Ndiyanibona ndinijongile.
Councillor Gunkle, Councillor Bengi, I'm naming you two for the first time.
Thank you, Speaker. Now let's look at Makasa, Blackheath, Khayelitsha, Mfuleni in unpacking the socio-political romantics of these prospects. The owner of the plot is Human Settlements Planning. The land belongs to human settlements, but we're not building houses, even social housing. And there's a shortage of land for building houses under human settlements. We have food shortages of stipend foods. We have informal livestock farmers with no land. We have so many things that the municipality cannot do for itself without tendering, where such spaces can be massive holistic hubs for skills development, not just to be employment ready, but relieving the city from a maintenance burden of the people as they have acquired a skill which allows for self-employment, generating income so the burden of creating jobs is redistributed to such people as a ripple effect. But it's easier for the city to keep its hands clean while shifting the blame of no jobs and no land as it collects a fraction of what the plot is worth in service delivery value output. Every other weekend, we have film shoots in different locations around Cape Town, where the city makes an attractive amount regardless of this particular farm being used. In the years that this farm has been used by the film studios, how many people have benefited in skills development? How many people have been hired permanently, as the report speaks of planning to do instead of what has been done and what is going to be done next? These people are, the people in the surrounding areas are offered possibilities, not surety in this transaction. The DA mustn't use economic growth so loosely because it's clear as to who the benefactors are in this transaction. In fact, the only thing the surrounding areas get out of this transaction are the temporary possibilities with uncertain eventualities in EPWP standards, which is probably for less than 5% of the people to begin with. Speaker, some of us were many things before we became councillors. The EFF rejects this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, Madam Speaker, Mayor, colleagues, officials, and members of the public. Speaker, this item is referred to item 40, the proposed land being a portion of remainder of Stellenbosch Farm, portion of public street in West. Speaker, today we would like to express our support to the proposed lease on land in part of Film Studios, a 100% black-owned company, according to CIPC. The fact that this company is 100% black-owned is a significant step towards economic empowerment of our people, and it will be breaking barriers in the film industry as well as showcase African stories and talent. The film industry contributes 3.5 billion rand to South Africa's GDP annually, and black-owned businesses account for only 2%. All the more reason to agree on this item. Speaker, my plea today is that the city must foster partnerships with this company and others alike for sustainable growth. This partnership embodies our city's commitment to economic empowerment, transformation, and inclusive growth. Let us seize this opportunity to create a thriving film industry benefiting our community and economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Serpentin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With regards to the lease of the portion of the remainder of Stellenbosch Farm 792, the lease in terms of the period of years subject to every 10 years. Rental shortfalls during the beginnings of 10-year period is to be carried forward into the remaining period of the lease, subject to a rental review over 10 years. The monthly rental total in A1 and A2 on page 203 of the agenda is to be adjusted to as per the 30-year infrastructure plan agreed between the applicant and the City of Cape Town. The property will be used for film studios and other auxiliary related purposes only. The objective of the increased job and investments in the City of Cape Town's economy. The application was discussed at the previous Sub-Council 24, held on the 22nd of July 2021, and supported. Public participation, as was advertised in the Cape Argus Finance and the Burger on 21 May 2021. No objections or alternative proposals were received. However, the comment was received and a letter of support. We, the Democratic Alliance, hereby support the recommendation and move the item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those in favour of the recommendation indicate. Thank you. Those against the recommendation?
NCC is against, Madam Speaker.
EFF, CCC, anybody else? Thank you. The recommendation is carried. We move on then to the next item, which is item 44. First speaker on this item is Councillor Davids.
Good day, everybody present. Factories are built in Atlantis and the community welcomes it, with the hope that the people of the area will get jobs. In an area where the unemployment rate is extremely high, but the community of Atlantis is excluded. Look at Hisense, Zinton Steel, Pets Elite. That's just a few to mention where unfair labor practices are evident. It's by time the community and surrounds benefits from the resources of the things that are or is in Atlantis. Young people need to be upskilled and given the opportunities to embark in economic activities to decrease crime and deal with the gangsterism issue. For example, why is the DA-led city quiet on the massacre in Atlantis, Bishop Lavis Kayalicha? Another death in Atlantis yesterday. This is because there's nothing else for our youngsters to do, and they rather engage in gangsterism and criminal activities. Why did you, by the way, remove the 40 leap officers out of Atlantis? This could have been avoided. In conclusion, we support the initiative with concerns and that the people of Atlantis should benefit without asking. And I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Gungi.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings, Speaker, greetings, Mayor, councillors, officials, and members of the public. The third state. Item 44, 1024, recommendation, Executive Mayor, this August House, to approve the transfer of vacant F221, Atlantis Industrial, unregistered portion of remainder F171, situated at 5 Marias de Val, General Industry. This recommendation comes at the time this year when the national government have revised an industrial policy in order to achieve the structural change by encouraging the development, growth, and increased competitiveness of the South African manufacturing value-added sector by assisting local economy in order for municipalities to be effective, contribute in implementing in the local industrial driven economy. F221 Atlantis Industrial Atlantis of remainder that is situated at 5 Marias with the area of Sub-Council 1 in Ward 32. Accurate. It is accurate exactly approximately 8271 square meters. This square meters surpasses, meets all the standards of industrial zoning. The factors motivating this decision is strategic intent with integrated development, is aligned with the ANC local government manifesto and the National Development 2030, that is a product of the ANC. This recommendation to us, it makes business. Therefore, lastly or in closing, therefore is the ANC moved with the recommendation of the price that is market value of 1.35 thousand. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reis.
Speaker, nothing else to say. Thank you, colleagues, for your support, and I move that this item properly be transferred. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendation 402. Those in favour of the recommendation. Thank you. Those against the recommendation. EFF. Thank you. The motion is carried. We move on to item
concerns, Madam Speaker.
We move to item 46, and the first speaker on this item.
Good afternoon, Speaker, councillors again. And the golf industry nationally contributes estimate of 1.5 billion rand, but Cape Town clubs estimated at 226 million. That was during the 2015 period. Belleville Golf Club rental is about 12,000 per annum towards the city coffers, with a membership of almost 800 members. And if you estimate the membership fee there, I would suggest that that club is making about 500,000 per month. Lease agreement is for a period to 2 years notice of termination. Speaker, on August 1st last year, the Mayoral meeting where Alderman Foss proposed an item MC 11/8/23 amended to the recommendation in the report to 20 years with the optional of renewal of 10 years and subject to 2 years termination clause. My question therefore, Speaker, is that why is this item only coming to the Council a year later? On page 132 on the report, it says, lease expired on the 31st of October 2023. Is there something fishy, or is it just poor administration? Speaker, as much as we agree on this item, we're concerned with the fact that we are giving Belleville Golf Club a 30 years lease agreement. Belleville Golf Club was also established in 1957 as a non-profit company. The certificate is attached in the report. I must also make a reference to what Councillor Gabuza also said earlier. That is 2 years after the ANC adopted the Freedom Charter in Kliptown on 26, 1955. Speaker, we demand that the Belleville Club, therefore, part of the developmental plan, implement youth development, disadvantaged communities to have access to the golf club. On page 142, it says, Welgemoot residents use the course.
Conclude, please.
Welgemoot use this club as a daily exercise and also to walk the dogs. We don't want to walk the dogs, we want to have access to that facility, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Pullion.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. The Belleville Golf Course is a beautiful golf club course in Ward 70. The club is situated in the sporting hub of the area. There is various dams and waterways on the course. The golf club has spent vast amounts upgrading the facilities and maintaining. They are part of the community and let residents walk their dogs around. Council, you can join us as well once a month. The Welgemoot said also does a 5-kilometer walk run on the area. The golf club also assists with fundraising when approached by NPOs. It's a well-maintained and well-cared city facility. Their rent and city account is up to date. They have some of the lowest rates for members, and maintenance of the field is very high. I do remove the support of the contract renewal as per page 562.
Thank you. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against the recommendation? Thank you. CCC.
We against, Madam Speaker.
Item 49. The recommendation for item 49 is on page 1063. And the first speaker is Councillor Jacobson.
Honourable Speaker and fellow councillors, I talk to point 3, the special spatial planning meeting that was held on the 7th of June and the proposed amendment to the municipal planning bylaws. This email was sent to the Honourable Mayor. Dear Mayor Jordan Hill-Lewis, the City of Cape Town Collective Ratepayers Association, CRA, writes to you as representative of 43,200 households and 23 ratepay associations. Our members contribute significantly to the financing of our beloved city, with the expectation that our funds will be administered in our best interest within the confines of the law and constitutional rights. Councillors and community, we cannot approve this proposed amendment to the municipal planning bylaws as proposed in this report, and we must together object. Otherwise, the title deed restrictions will be removed at a whim of the city, The city planners will be able to be removed without any real motivation. Any sensible environmental or other law will be subservient to the municipal planning bylaw. The city can make planning decisions that are incorrect, and they can continuously change that decision. This is not in line with the established legal precedent. In summary, the city's intent on extracting financial value from all parts of the city to financially benefit the development industry, increase its rate base by allowing buildings that are far larger than permitted by the planning regulations. In other words, bigger buildings or bigger rates. We cannot allow this. The VF Plus, therefore, cannot support this item.
Thank you. Councillor Kasim.
Greetings, Speaker and colleagues. The item is C49. This is the SPE PC annual report. It's not about the MPBL at this moment in time. This deals with section 7.2 of the terms of reference of the Spatial Planning and Environment Portfolio Committee. And within this report, we are highlighting important work by the PC from July 2023 to June 2024. And this is the annual report, which sets out the functional operations, what the PC set out to do and have achieved, confidently so. I'm also pleased to say that PC members have been highly meticulous and very efficient in exercising their oversight role. Just a few of those functional areas that we do cover would be the environmental management, development management, urban planning and design, the SIDS, various strategies, policies, bylaws, and other instruments approved and laid down by the city manager, our environmental strategy, showing our commitment to protect and manage the city's natural and also the cultural resources for the long term, while optimizing economic opportunities. We have the heritage strategy we looked at. We looked at policies whereby we seek to improve the city's sustainability and enhance the quality of the built environment. We have the urban design policy. And in this thinking, preparation of development proposals that we looked at, looking at urban design principles, objectives, against which development applications were assessed. MERP as well. And very good methodology. We take residents through community engagements. Relevant departments are given a high level of influence to the residents as well. And this to achieve the objectives, envisaged outcomes of the IDP, the MSDF, our district plans, and also our local spatial development frameworks. Speaker, this is what we're looking at today. And it's recommended that the SPPC annual report for this period, as set out in Annexure A, that it be approved, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendations are on page 164. Those in favour of the recommendations? Thank you. Those against the recommendations?
Good abstain, Speaker.
Freedom Front Plus?
Speaker, good abstain.
Good abstains. EFF abstains. CCC? Are you abstaining? Thank you very much. Okay. Cape Exit is voting against. Thank you. All right, we move on to the next item, item 50. First speaker again, Councillor Jacobson.
Honourable Speaker, fellow councillors, I read from this water and sanitation report and where it states how the committee went about amending their faults and their errors and the steps taken to prevent reoccurrence in the future. Looking further in the report, I note key performance indicators. And point 8 interests me. It interests me a lot. Where we talk about clean and healthy waterways and beaches, we gave ourselves a rating well above average, and any action? No, just maintain the momentum. Really? How many times in front of this council and maker members have I presented on the bays of sewage? How many times have I argued for daily flag system to declare the bays and beaches fit for swimming or not? Councillors, this is a must listen to, and you're going to love the story. A few weeks ago, the marine outfall pump at Greenpoint was faulty. This pumps out 35 million litres of raw sewage into the ocean daily. Our marine conservationists claimed that the pump was misfunctioning for 10 days. The coastal management team claimed 2 days. Either way, it took the city 2 days to place a warning sign, which they erected on the railings, but nothing in the nearby swimming area, thus endangering people's lives. And then to make matters worse, a week after this debacle, Professor Joan Barnes, a senior lecturer on the medical department at Stellenbosch University, produced and published an independent test at the Dyser River in Hout Bay as it flows onto the beach and into the sea. She states Hout Bay Beach is significantly contaminated with untreated sewage. The day after these tests were revealed through mainstream media, a sign was placed on the beach, warning, polluted water, unfit for swimming. I commended the city for being brave and responsible, but no, they took it down. Deputy Mayor Eddie Andrews, great guy by the way, claimed that they placed the signage by mistake and that lifesavers misunderstood the instruction. He claimed they do daily testing on both sides of the bay and coastal management declared the water clean and fit to swim. Personally, no daily tests are being done. That has been confirmed by the city, and we wait Alderman Andrews' apology and to set the record straight on his social media platform. And if daily water tests are being done, then we demand to see the results. Hand them over. Make it easy for us to analyze. They also claim they do not test for E. coli, the very dangerous pathogen that Professor Barnes was referring to. The city only tests for intercocci. This despite the South African water quality guidelines, and I read, both intercocci and E. coli must be tested. City official, head of the coastal management team, Greg Oliver, stated, as a rule of thumb, if there's an urban river like the Dyser, it is recommended not to swim 150 meters from where it enters the sea. So, sir, try 20 meters away. You have a permanent warning sign, not 150 meters away, but 20 meters away, stating, warning, polluted water. For health reasons, swimming at these waters are at your own risk. Yet, Alderman Andrews, the lifesavers were instructed to remove the sign on the beach where toddlers, nippers, lifesavers, bathers play and swim. Fellow councillors, we have a responsibility to protect the credibility of Cape Town, and we have an obligation to protect our community and visitors from harm and sickness. I refer back to the report. What steps are we taking to prevent reoccurrence? Honourable Speaker, we cannot, as freedom of but support the item.
Alderman Nielsen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I think if just understand, first of all, this is the report from the Water and Sanitation Committee, not the Environment Committee. But the issue is, it's a very good question. What are we doing about it? So I'm not going to talk about where we put signs or don't put signs. That's dealing with the consequences. We are far more focused on dealing with the sources and the problem that cause the problem. So, if you're aware of the council budget, you'll know that there's, in this past year, been a very significant increase in the budget for water and sanitation. And it is a large amount of that expenditure is directed towards increasing capacity of our wastewater treatment plants, improving our sewage pump stations, all of the issues that, when properly dealt with, will dramatically reduce the levels of pollution into our waterways and into the ocean from those sources. We have to also be consequently aware of the enormous size of the task. The upgrade to Potsdam wastewater treatment plant is 5 billion rand. Now, that's what we've budgeted for, is what we're busy with. It's what we've also done at Zandvliet, which we will in future continue to do across the city to upgrade all of these works. We are also looking, for example, at the Greenpoint outfall and the future process that we have to do there. But given the size of the task, this is not something we can do within one term of council. But if you look at the increase of expenditure, look at this report, which also reports on the rate at which the department has been able to deliver on that expenditure. So even though they have doubled the budget, they've delivered over 90% of that expenditure. So that is what is meant by here, maintain the momentum. We have put significant momentum into dealing with the base causes of dealing with pollution and of water pollution in our rivers, our waterways, and again towards our beaches. So that's where our focus is. We will stay on that focus. We will do it to the limit of our financial ability, and we are even going to be beyond that. So if you're also aware, we're busy with Section 73 processes to see how much of the requirement of water and sanitation, such as the new plant at Fora, desalination plants, how much of that we can put outside of the city in terms of funding into the future, so that we can maximize the extent to which we can address the extremely large challenge that we are faced with here. And so I'm quite satisfied that the report in front of you, which says that our achievement was above target, we achieved 93%, we'd only set a target of 70%, and that the momentum that we've got there is what we have to maintain into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 1076. Those in favour of the recommendation indicate. Mr. Mayor, you wish to speak to it before we do the, Councillor Badruddin, before we do the vote.
Thank you so much, Speaker.
Carry on.
Councillor Jacobson has once again made a number of ridiculous claims in the council this morning. And I say ridiculous because often he finds himself in the habit of visiting various coastlines across the city, putting out posts onto social media with his limited number of followers, and calling news stations and journalists who unfortunately believe what the councillor says word for word. And often what we have to do in the city is react and respond as quickly as we can to the misinformation that this councillor puts out into the public space. Misinformation, councillor, through you, Speaker, that has damaging consequences, not only recreationally for those residents and visitors that want to enjoy our beach spaces, but also economically. Because this councillor works with a number of, let's say, water activists across our city that put out false information on social media that have negative impacts.
Councillors, please. Councillors. Councillors. Allow Councillor Badruddin to at least speak.
Oh, he's gone.
It doesn't matter. You can correct the information.
I will continue. That has negative impacts on surfing clubs, as an example, in the Strand area, because this councillor, together with his social media activists, make claims that suggest that the city's coastal waters are not safe to swim in. It means then that less people want to hire surfing equipment in those areas in Muizenberg and whatever the case may be, which then has an impact on those businesses and on those nodes, as I've mentioned. But I'm also told by my colleague next to me, who's also just happens to be the councillor for Hout Bay, that very same councillor, Councillor Jacobson, doesn't attend a single meeting where our officials provide feedback regarding the water quality and regarding the investments that are being made into the water spaces. And if he bothers to make some time to attend those meetings, and also, by the way, the Permit Advisory Forum meetings, he will know that our marine outfalls, as it currently stands, has almost no ecotoxic effects on the ecosystem in those spaces. And also, by the way, the councillor was there, and to his friends on social media that are watching through the YouTube, the water quality at Camps Bay, Greenpoint, Hout Bay are excellent enough for our residents and visitors to join. It obviously goes without saying that for a distance aside rivers that run through urban spaces, it is not recommended for swimming. But that's almost common sense, in which I don't think there's an inkling of at the moment. And lastly, Speaker, just to say, this very same councillor, Councillor Jacobson, has gone last week again onto social media claiming that a surfing or a lifeguard event that was to take place in Houtbay was moved from Houtbay to Llandudno because of water quality results, which is furthest from the truth. And I want to emphasize here a message that was sent to him actually by the organizers of this life-saving event. It says that we received a statement that he issued. However, on behalf of Life Saving Club, they are writing to inform him that his statement was inaccurate and that they want to distance themselves from every single word in the statement that he has put out. So Councillor can make lots of claims in this meeting, and the chairperson of the portfolio is 100% correct. It speaks to a specific set of measurables that we are guided by in the directorate. And again, he may have distracted us here, but the fact is he needs to stay in his lane and speak, stay in the meeting and speak factually and speak honestly about the hard work that the city is undertaking to invest in our infrastructure so that we can ultimately protect our environment. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. So we move again to the recommendation of page 106. Those in favour of the recommendation? Those in favour of the recommendation, thank you. Those against the recommendation? Good. You abstaining.
There was a point of clarity.
EFF abstaining. Okay, thank you. The others against, and Cape Exits against, and Freedom Front Plus is against. Thank you very much. We move on then to the next item, which is item 51. Councillor Fasaki.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the purpose of this report is for Council to consider the changes of the membership of Council committees. The report reflects the changes. However, the changes from the PA that reflects in the report are to be ignored, Speaker, as they are updated changes, which I will read in just now. No, you're not touching on.
Councillor, your performance is unacceptable. Your performance is unacceptable. Can we carry on with the meeting?
Okay. No, I'm not done.
Speaker, will the whip of the CCC kindly escort your councillor out? Will the whip kindly escort your councillor out? Councillor, please sit down.
Madam Speaker, why are they removing Councillor Nadia?
Because she was told to leave and she keeps going and coming back. You as a party need to deal with your councillor. We can make some allowances, but we cannot make allowances for absolute contempt. Thank you. Moving on.
Speaker, adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes.
No, we're carrying on. I'm sorry, I'm not having a circus here. If they want to behave like that, we will deal with them separately. They have had more than an hour to get themselves into order and leave them. They can take 5 minutes over there. Councillor Fasaki, continue.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, the changes.
Speaker, could you sort this out, please? Sort it.
Can you all leave? Can you all leave?
Speaker,
I'm astounded at your lack of understanding of the rules.
Speaker,
Councillor Shuchi.
thank you. Speaker, maybe if you had removed her when you said that she was being rowdy, it would have been a different.
Yes.
She's not disturbing anybody.
It doesn't matter. She was asked not to come in and she said she was coming to fetch her stuff. Councillor Visagie, can you?
Why the delay?
Thank you, Speaker. The changes are as follows, councillors. The changes are as follows. Councillor Martin Burke. Continue, Councillor. Councillor Martin Burke will be placed on the Human Settlements PC. Councillor Johan Lewitz will be added to the Future Planning and Resilience and as well as Energy. Councillor Richard Hill to be appointed to the Spatial Planning and Environment PC. Councillor Tahoudin to be added to Rules and Ethics PC. And Councillor Steenberg removed from the Rules and Ethics. Councillor Steenberg then to be added to the Human Settlements PC as well as to the Energy PC. Councillor Hendricks to be removed from the Energy PC. Councillor Nimmerhout to be added to the Urban Mobility PC. Councillor Wesley Newman to be appointed to the Community Services and Health Portfolio PC as well as to the Disciplinary Committee. Councillor Roscoe Palm to be appointed to the Energy Portfolio and the General Appeals Committee. And lastly, Speaker, Councillor Francine Hyam to be removed from the Community Services and Health, as well as from Innovation and Ease of Doing Business, and to be appointed to Future Planning and Resilience. And we would also like to congratulate Councillor Hyam for also being appointed as the chairperson of the Future Planning and Resilience. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We agree with those recommendations. Thank you. They carry. Councillor Ace.
Just a point of clarity, Speaker.
Speaker, sorry.
Is Councillor Satterine being added to Rules and Ethics to learn from the experience?
I am not sure that that's possible. We'll make an adjustment on that in the next meeting. Thank you. We move on to item 58, and the first speaker there is Councillor Picardi.
Speaker, I don't know if I'm gonna.
Sorry, wait, Councillor
Clarity,
Picardi.
Speaker.
Councillor Picardi, just hang on. Sorry, we move to item 53, which is the questions. The questions have been circulated. Do you have a second question or supplementary question? Councillor Thompson.
Good afternoon. I don't have a question, but I have a request, if possible.
Is it in relation to this question? All right.
Mr. Mayor, I have just a request that all role players must ensure that this community don't go without electricity for another Christmas. And thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next question was Councillor Lowe. Can you turn your mic off, please, Councillor Thompson? Councillor Lowe. I'm not taking any other questions in the meantime. We're moving on. No, I'm sorry, Councillor Lowe, please. Councillor Lowe.
Madam Speaker, I've had this. Why is there law enforcement carrying firearms in the chamber, Speaker?
Councillor, that's my prerogative, so you will just have to accept that. Councillor Lowe, continue.
No, Speaker, we're being intimidated in this chamber.
Councillor Majinga, can you talk to your councillor?
Madam Speaker, I've had a discussion with the mayor regarding this topic, and I just want to make one or two statements that I would like him to maybe investigate, looking further, if possible. According to the latest deed certificate, the city has been the owner of this land since 1980. There's been no transfer or sale taken place on this property. Also, according to the agreement that was signed in 2012, there was a subdivision that needed to take place as a condition of the sale agreement that was signed, that excluded the velodrome and the stadium from the sale agreement. So the question is, if the city was the owners of this property ever since, why didn't we maintain it as we should have done with any other property? And secondly, according to that same agreement that was signed in 2012, the city asked the developer to spend 61 million rands to upgrade that facility. Yet, in 2023, we estimated only 25 million rands, and now we're saying it's 300 million. Now, the amounts are very far from each other, so I would like to have a further investigation into this, please.
Okay, can we move on, Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
Thank you. The next question, Councillor Little, you have a follow-up?
Yes, Madam Speaker. The information was with regards to the Dunoon area and the other vulnerable areas within the city. And I specifically use the Dunoon area because it is so dense at the moment. As to why, with all of the information at the disposal of the city as to how dense that particular area is and growing, why the mayor would then still encourage the development of double-story and triple-story homes in an already overcrowded area. If I look at the pictures that the mayor has provided, I see, and I'm being interrupted.
Councillors, please.
If I look at the pictures that was provided, it's horrific to think that there isn't space in that place. And that is so significant of all the other overcrowded areas. How are we still expected, or how do we encourage the community to still then build those double stories and triple stories? There is just no more space. And the infrastructure is definitely going to take its toll. The development of that area is going to take its toll on that area because it was never ever designed for as many people that we have living in Dunoon. So I actually want to understand the logic behind it as to why we still encourage so much development in that particular area. Thank you, Madam.
Are you able to respond, or you want to?
Sure.
Okay, carry on.
Yeah. I think the councillor raises an important issue, which is coming up for debate in the passage of the municipal planning bylaw amendment, which is currently out for public comment, and that is the issue of what we refer to as small-scale rental units or micro-developments, which you see in informal settlement contexts around the city. Now, there's a couple of things that we must consider here. Firstly, it is simply a statement of fact that the state is not able to provide subsidized housing for all of the people who live in informal settlements in South Africa. They are not able to do it now, and they will never be able to do it in the future. There is no scenario in which the state can provide housing at a scale sufficient to deal with the size of the need in South Africa. In Cape Town, using the grants that we receive, which we regularly spend above 95% of, we can deliver somewhere around 3,000 subsidized housing units and opportunities a year. That probably caters for the number of people moving to the city of Cape Town each month to our city. And it is the same in Johannesburg, the same in Ekurhuleni. We're not saying we're a special case. It's the same in eThekwini. All of the major cities suffer or have to cope with this incredibly fast urbanization and in-migration from more rural areas. So the natural logical consequence of that conundrum is that either we are satisfied to see people continuing to live in informality forever, or there must be some other plan, there must be some other program. Now, in fact, if you look around the townships of South Africa, you will see that people have started to make their own plan. And you are starting to see emerge a whole group, a kind of cadre of entrepreneurs called micro-developers who are developing these two-story blocks that you speak of. And they are popping up incredibly fast around Cape Town and around South Africa. And as you speak of Dunoon, I assure you that if you go there from month to month, you will see new blocks going up literally from month to month. So there is a very, very healthy, or starting to develop a very healthy private sector entrepreneurialism to actually deal with the housing shortage that the state is not able to deal with in South Africa. So that leaves you with an option. You can either say we see these things as illegal building and we go to court and seek demolition orders, or we can say we see them as an opportunity to get people out of informality, out of tin and wood and plastic structures, and into brick and mortar structures that improve dignity significantly. Our approach is very much to see the latter approach, to see it as an opportunity. Nevertheless, what you say is absolutely right, Councillor, that of course it means that you have a huge infrastructure issue. Now, of course, you have that infrastructure issue anyway, because it's not as if those micro developers, those property entrepreneurs in the townships are waiting for infrastructure programs or permission or approval. They're going ahead anyway, as we all know. So what you have to do then is actually, through a structured and focused way, plan the necessary infrastructure upgrades on a street-by-street level to facilitate and cater for those small-scale micro-development, those rental units. And that is exactly what we are currently engaged with in Dunoon. We have run a project now in 3 major township areas in the city to go on a street-by-street level to determine what infrastructure is needed to facilitate these micro-developments and to ensure that they can connect to our infrastructure properly and safely, and that they can add dignity and not be a burden on the rest of the community. And we are now in the budget process, which is already started for 2025, going project by project to ensure that those infrastructure upgrade projects are properly reflected in our budget. Now, we will not be able to do all 194 of the targeted areas immediately, but the point is to start somewhere. But I do not think that we have an option, regardless actually of what we decide here. There is an enormous amount of building work happening out there. Micro developers, property entrepreneurs in the township are doing it already. They are doing it at a rapid pace. And so the only choice that we have is, do we see that as a planning violation and try through the arduous court process to take each of those micro developers on? Or do we see it, frankly, and this is the way that I see it, do we see it as the best opportunity we have in South Africa right now to get people out of informality and to make sure that in 10 or 20 or 30 years' time, we can actually have a country where we do not see shacks dotting the skyline of every city in South Africa, but we see people moving into more dignified shelter in brick and mortar structures. That's the way that I prefer to see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kasheka. Have you got an additional question?
Speaker, no, I don't have a question more than I can say. I'm looking forward by the patience of the time frame. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Then we move on. The next item, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Item 58, which is the credit rating opinion of the city. The first councillor is Hardy.
Thank you, Speaker. I see that the Deputy Mayor has left the room, but I saw him coming in with colors of Orlando Pirates to show allegiance to the incoming PSL winners. Speaker, the ANC rejects the Moody's credit opinion on the city of Cape Town and, in fact, any other entity in South Africa. This is a principled move, Speaker. These rating agencies have proven to be biased against South Africa by downgrading the country to a junk status, costing it billions of rands. A United Nations Development Programme study last year showed that subjective risk assessment by rating companies resulted in over $75 billion of added cost and foregone revenue by African countries. These agencies, Speaker, are biased to the West, and their agenda is to collapse African economies so that they can rely on the IMF and the World Bank loans. In the case of the city of Cape Town, while we recognize that the city is doing some strides in managing its finances, we are of the view that much is hidden in the finances and their management in the city, and that if these rating agencies were to find out, they would relegate the city to a junk status. The large amounts of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure should actually downgrade this city to a junk status But we understand that the Democratic Alliance and its Western founders have been at the helm of using these rating agencies against South Africa for pure political reasons. Chair, for these reasons and more, which we are going to speak about later, the ANC rejects these rating agencies and calls for an African rating agency. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Elias.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker and esteemed colleagues. It brings me great pleasure to inform this House that in Moody's 2024 annual credit opinion for the City of Cape Town, it has reaffirmed our long and short-term credit rating and upgraded our outlook from stable to positive. This bucking the trend seen in other metros nationally, maintaining us a notch above both the South African national credit rating and national outlook. This demonstrates Cape Town's consistently strong operating and financial performance, the highest liquidity ratio across all metros in South Africa, a well-developed and diversified revenue base, and a debt burden that can be comfortably serviced. Madam Speaker, for Councillor Pakadi's record, rating agencies are not colonial capitalist constructs made to document and revel in the decline caused by well-implemented Marxist policies, but instead use standardized criteria to quantify the risk of investment in particular entities. This rating is important as investors seek to be compensated in line with the level of risk. Additionally, some investment funds have clients with specific risk profiles and thus have very strict credit rating requirements and will only extend credit to entities with credit ratings above certain thresholds. The higher the risk, the worse your credit rating, the fewer funding sources that entity can access, the greater the cost of capital. Madam Speaker, the City of Johannesburg, with 1/3 of all municipal debt in South Africa, who compared to Cape Town has double the debt to operating revenue, 4 times lower liquidity, and a litany of governance challenges that must only be caused by a merry-go-round in the mayor's office. It is no wonder that Joburg's outlook is a notch below the City of Cape Town. Madam Speaker, eThekwini was downgraded in July and was given a negative outlook. Ekurhuleni was downgraded in April and was given a negative outlook. Colleagues may now be asking, why does such a discrepancy exist? Well, one might be tempted to look at the color of the t-shirts of those leading administrations for the past 30 years. However, in the spirit of the GNU, I call on my far left-leaning colleagues over there to join us in calling on the national government and Minister Gorongwana, who's presenting the medium-term budget this afternoon in 24 minutes, to place on the cabinet agenda and bring to the heart of our 7th administration a concerted effort to mitigate against the risks facing our national financial environment, to solidify and diversify revenue streams, to increase the allocation to municipal infrastructure, to avert the death of our sister cities, and ultimately work to increase our country's access to cheaper sources of capital. Madam Speaker, this will allow the City of Cape Town, who already has a capital budget twice the size of Joburg and Durban combined, to do even more at a reduced cost to our fiscus. It would be remiss of me at this junction, Madam Speaker, to not acknowledge the Chief Financial Officer of the City of Cape Town, Kevin Jacoby, and his team of esteemed technocrats. The Maker Member of Finance, the Portfolio Chair, the Finance Portfolio Committee, Mayor Jordan Hill-Lewis, Team Cape Town, and this esteemed House, including my far-left colleagues, for demonstrating utmost fiscal responsibility in budget formation and disbursement, mitigating against the risks of the national and global environment we find ourselves in. To the residents of Cape Town, I say to you, thank you very much for your diligence in paying your rates and contributing to our beautiful city. In the City of Cape Town, you can be rest assured that your hard-earned money is made to go as far as it can go to serve your and your family's interests, used by people who care about you. Madam Speaker, I table for noting item C58 in volume 4 of the agenda. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendations on page 26. Those in favour of the recommendation? It's for noting. Thank you very much. We move on to the next item, and that is item 71. Councillor Maswi.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. EFF notes the report with major concerns. These are concerns that we cannot just let them be, but need to be attended. And of course, they are known by this directorate, but they need more attention. Water and sanitation of the City of Cape Town has collapsed. Yes, we acknowledge that these are being attended, but the question is, Are these interventions working? Are these interventions short-term or long-term? And the answer in most cases is no, it is not working. And we are experiencing the issues that Mayor has already mentioned, like, of course, building on top of the sewer pipes, which we know that. And some projects are being suspended because of the extortion. But the problem is, while fixing the other area, the other one is collapsing due to many factors, including an old infrastructure and well as the capacity for specific areas. This directory needs, story mayor, can I be protected there to step you? Story speaker there to
Councillors, please allow the councillor to speak.
This directory needs attention and very close one, as it is one of the major problems of the city of Cape Town. And as well, yes, it surely speaks to budget. This needs a long-term intervention because seemingly, lo msebenzi ngumsebenzi wamagezi asithi senza pha kube kusonakala pha. We note on disappointment, the collapse, you name them, in sub-council 3, Fontaine, Somerset, Ailicha, Welcome Zenzile, Guguleti, Greenpoint, as they are proudly mentioned by the mayor on X. The report on the time frame for attending these issues is not a true reflection. We note all these intervention, even the Let's Talk session of the water sanitation, which is so, Madam Speaker, this directory needs a very close attention. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Badruddin.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Struggled a little bit to make out what the councillor was saying in terms of the points she was trying to get across. But essentially, the fourth quarterly report is an excellent news story. We won't use the G word because we've shown excellent progress in terms of our pipe replacements. We've shown excellent progress in terms of our investments again in our infrastructure. Everything in terms of our ambitious aim to help protect our environment. The report is clear in and of itself, Speaker, and I support the recommendations. Thank you.
So we note the report. We move on to item 82, and the first speaker on that item is Councillor Jerry Gordon.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker and Mayor and all the councillors, I just want to refer us back to, in terms of the delegation part 21, the stroke 1, quote, to develop a code of ethics for councillors and amendments thereto and recommend the same to the council. In this vein, I would like to indicate the City of Cape Town councillors or leaders of Cape Town therefore need to lead by example, discharging their moral and legislative obligations. In order to do this, councillors are committed to the City of Cape Town core values. This means that we, the elected councillors of the City of Cape Town, form or are part of an ethical and sustainable organization. Our behavior and decisions are underpinned by our core values of accountability, service excellence, caring, innovation, and openness. Therefore, Speaker, this code of ethics for councillors today is being noted by council so to show how commitment to these values as leaders of Cape Town take their reasonability for practicing good and ethical behavior. And I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dizani.
Thank you, Speaker. As the ANC, we note these items with a few notable pointers. Honesty, good faith, transparency, act in the best interest of the municipality so that credibility is not compromised. Hopefully referring to the citizens in totality and not certain sections. When we speak of these ethics, we came across a few that are 1 and 2 shaky. Example, human settlement and Malusi Boy saga. How you have allowed this saga to spiral out of control to the current extent we sit with. I'm tempted to say that the city under your watch is party to the extortion mafia circles, and some might be kingpins across the benches of me. We are then convinced that this rot is deeper and links other departments. If I remember, Boy was MMC of water and sanitation before. Hint, hint. The infection of the ethical behavior.
Councillors, will you please stop it?
Ill treatment of homeless citizens by
Councillor, sit down,
David over the years can't be classified as ethical, unless it does not apply because homeless citizens happen to be colored and black. The inhumane living conditions of poor citizens living in sewer floods for months non-end, the turnaround being extremely pathetic compared to affluent areas. The city app that does not respond to black and colored communities. And lastly, this goes with our one-sided treatment in council chambers that is unbecoming. Example, using demeaning, insulting language that insinuates that a colored female councillor is not a lady. Such derogatory and racist output can never be ethical. Can never be ethical and form part of code of ethics. Surely these breaches of ethic codes under caring, service excellence, and ethical reporting can't be, and a city that works for you can't form part of the code of ethics. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Swart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the latter part of the previous term, the Rules Committee's name was changed to the Rules and Ethics Committee because we identified the need for a code of ethics for councillors. What I saw today in this house and what I just listened to clearly underscore the need for such a code of ethics for councillors. I mean, it's clear. Now, the very unfortunate thing is that over the last so many number of years, the moral compass of this country of ours made a complete turnaround from pointing towards the good to turn towards the bad under a previous president and administration, and I'm not going to go into detail there, but we know what we're talking about, what happened. At the start of this term, the Rules and Ethics Committee, first point on the annual work plan was the development of a code of ethics for councillors to go with the code of conduct. It would be very unethical of me today to try and discuss this item before us following my colleague there. So apart from stating that clear today that we need to take cognizance of this code in our daily conduct in the council chambers and the way we react, I just want to thank the colleagues on the committee who assisted, in particular also Alderman Sutashi was supposed to speak today on this item, who was part of that whole process, all the officials and administration that assist with that, the policy unit, and everybody. I'm very thankful that it was indeed the combination of a 3-year process to get to this item for noting on the agenda today. All I can ask, and I do so with humbleness, is that the leader of each party in this council take this document, have it discussed at the various caucuses, even if it's single-person caucuses, and put the emphasis on what we as councillors need to do. The disrespect in the council chamber for the speaker, the disrespect often for its others, the claim that we want to see to the better of our communities, those people we serve, and then we act. And let me quote the Code of Conduct for Councillors just quickly. It requires that councillors of municipality must at all times, and please listen carefully, perform the functions of office in good faith, honesty, and a transparent manner, We heard today about social media dishonesty by councillors. At all times, act in the best interest of the municipality in such a way that the credibility and integrity of the municipality are not compromised. We can't claim that. We're not doing so. And in particular, during council meetings, maintain good and orderly behaviour, including obeying orders from the speaker. I mean, today was another example of that. And please, colleagues, we are part of, by far, the best city governance in the country, if not in the continent. I personally would venture that we are probably being better governed than a large number of cities in the world. So please, let's be part of that. And let's all take this to our heart and behave in an ethical manner. And in that way, maybe we will be able to change this very wrong moral compass at the moment, underlined by racism, various remarks, and always trying to create schisms between the various groupings. Madam Speaker, this is for noting, and I request that you note this item. Thank you.
Thank you. The item is noted. Councillors, I want to remind you that we are paid by the ratepayers of the city to do the business of council, and that is what our purpose is. It is not here to disrupt the meeting or cause chaos. And we agreed at the programming meeting just this week that to avoid people being thrown out, they would adhere to the whip's request and on my instruction or request. So I know that I let this carry on a bit long, but I was waiting for the councillor to have some kind of kick in of the process and recognize that she had to leave. Notwithstanding that, unfortunately, we had what we had today. Before I conclude this open meeting, Councillor De Beer.
Yeah, Chair, according to Rule 46629, read by subsection A and B, I would just like to ask as a point of clarity, if the Honourable Chair on the other side, when he referred to small caucuses, looked at myself and the gentleman next to me, I just want to clarify it is us on record, Chair, as a point of clarity.
So can I just say before we ask the honourable gentleman to respond, if the cap fits?
Well, it's not just the cap, it seems the shoe and the tie at this moment.
Okay.
Speaker, clarity.
But having said that, we will accommodate your short caucus.
Speaker, clarity.
Point of clarity.
Can the councillor quote Rule 4999 for us, please?
That in an inferior position, should any councillor not receive enough votes, that at times he should shut up and just go with the flow.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you for that clarity. It's very well understood. All right. Would you like to respond, Councillor Swart?
Very much so. Thank you, Madam Speaker. During the short time that I have been serving on this council with Councillor De Beer, I found him a highly ethical person and very conducive to the workings of this city and part of the good team. So I was not referring to him. I'm quite sure he fully understands what's in that code of ethics. Nor was I referring to any of the single, I just saying all caucuses, even if only single. There was no dispersion there or disparity. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, if it was referring to size, I accept that accusation.
All right. So having noted all of that, we're going to now close the open session of council